There we go. Hi, welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming to the stream. Hi, Liz. Hi, Red. Hi, Tech. Everyone's here. How's everyone doing? Liz, why are you leaving? You just got here. Don't go, I miss you. Also, thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. Tech hasn't even noticed. You're hanging out with your victim? Nice. Thank you so much for the donations to the ASMR. The anime night yesterday was so much fun. It might be something that we do, maybe more on the regular, but... yeah, we should probably make an announcement when the next time is happening, like much further in advance. I'm going to try to see if I can catch up on that while I'm at work. Hopefully it won't be too busy. Anyway. I am happy that everyone here is doing good. I am still missing. It's good to know that the future episodes still are really good. It doesn't seem like it. Tech, why are you gonna kill Liz? I thought maybe you would know. What'd you do? Hi, Vide. Welcome, welcome. Later today, I'm going to be playing Lucid 9, and I have a couple of endings. Oh, because you didn't show up for anime night? You were very busy yesterday. Yeah, even Tech understands. We all understand, Liz. Pet pats. No, you had that planned out, and that does take priority. Yeah, I agree, absolutely. I'm so glad that you took the time to help her out. Meows. Meow. Meow meow. You were at your aunt's. Ah. That's why you couldn't join forever. But yeah. I think we watched episode 5 for Marriage Toxin. That's what we did. Oh, that's cool. Did you have fun then, Red? Did you make their day? Absolutely understandable. No one's going to kill you, Liz. What's going on? I don't think anyone here wants you to go. Red, you're the babysitter whenever you're visiting your aunts? Aww. It's fine, it's fine. I'm trying to understand that sentence. I said Tech was going to kill me, then Red, and no, I will. I'm still actually kind of confused. Oh, you did. You did. Apparently, I dropped some frames a little bit earlier. How is the stream? It feels like our internet has been absolutely on the struggle bus for the past couple days. I'm really hoping that it stays clear for a bit. You tore your pants when doing yoga with your cousin? Oh no. Were they nice pants? Were they your favorite pants? I mean, were they yoga pants? No, I apparently lost over 800 frames already. It's for some reason the internet's just been getting worse where I'm at, and I have no idea why. Skojo says that it might be because of data centers opening up. Could be. It very well could be. But it is such... It is so catastrophic. And like it would just bring us to our knees pretty much. I have no idea why. So it seems like I have stability though. I don't know. I'll keep an eye on it. Anyway, that being said, thank you all for joining me today. I am going to be playing Lucid 9. Let me get this started here and then I'll switch over. I wanted to, so I've gotten a couple endings, but last week my internet was also being really dumb. So I'll play the endings that I had gotten in order. So of what I got. The first one is pretty much just the blind playthrough of what I got. That I'll play for you guys. But I wanted to see how many endings are available to me with my current setup. So your aunt and your uncle's sister were wearing shorts today, which wanted you to put some on yourself? Is that what you did? Before I get into the games, though, what is up, Skojo? The deviousness in his eyes. What are you guys expecting for him to do?
Absolute plank.
If it's getting cold now, I guess now is a good, perfect time to do workouts.
You know what this sound means? This sound means it's time to get up off your ass, stretch, and give us 10 push-ups.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's do it. All 4. He has so many points. She'll start with push-ups. Let's go. You can participate if you want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right, plank time. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hope you guys are all doing good today. Ah, what am I saying? I know you guys are doing good today. Everyone's here enjoying the stream. I'm gonna have different suggestions for games coming up, though. I think this is the last day I'm gonna be doing Lucid 9. And it ends up being a bit short. I'll just switch to Pragmata. 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. Alright. Bicycle crunches. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Whew. And finally jump. Oh my god. Why is my character looking up? Anyway. Jump. Jump rope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Whew. 1 full minute. Oh, 30 seconds. Let's do this. 10 more seconds. Alrighty. I am back. Alrighty. Now that my heart's racing, now's a good time to move over. Let's do it. Ha! Here we are. So, does everyone remember what happened at the end of last week? I did reach the endings. Let's turn the background music off for this. The game is very atmospheric with its sounds, and I don't want to take away from that. So, let's start by coming back from this one. So, this was Elizabeth's final point. I had accepted it. So, this was the deduction I did for figuring out who was it that was the killer. Whew. If you don't know, it's actually the guy in front of you right now. Found out about that. So if I remember... right. So if I answer these correctly, I will get to the choices that I made. So this was me figuring out the different spots of like where my knowledge has, where the police don't. And There was a prominent accident elsewhere. You really like your victim? You gotta tell us more about your victim. Just once. I think this was the last choice. Yeah. This was all the evidence leading up to me finding out that it was Mr. Ryota. Whew. He's super smart, really cool. Kinda goofy, and God, he has the nicest voice on the planet. Oh, wow. Tech, you fall in love with voices, don't you? I wonder if they're... You should... You should get him to read some of the lines of your novels that you like reading. Why? I do it with Liz. Don't give you ideas? What's wrong with that? I think it's a perfect idea. Why did it have to be you? You damn old geezer. Why would you even? Why? Nothing but silence. The silence of finality. You know what? I'm going to make a save right here. So I don't have to go back to this point. The silence of finality. Of a door that's been opened and can never be closed. All tension leaves my body. I can vaguely feel myself slumping on the subway bench, neck uncomfortably stretched to accommodate the weight of my head. Mr. Ryota, my mentor and friend, and the serial killer. You're really different today, Yama. What's bothering you? Back then, I should have seen it. Because why hadn't anyone else noticed? Why was Mr. Ryota the only one who thought something had bad happened? Something had happened that night. Who, me? Nah, I'm pretty much a free bird after I verify curfew. Tech. He also likes to play games, and he lets me be as delusional as I can, and he joins in on your delusions sometimes. Aww. I think he really likes hanging out with you. That's awesome. Are we going to meet this victim sometime? Have him hop on stream. Just so we can say hi. You always feel you're too much around everyone, but not once have you felt like you were too much around him. Oh, nice. I don't think you're too much, Tech. No sharing allowed. I get it. Who, me? Nah, I'm pretty much a free bird after I verify curfew. I had my suspicions. I'd known that there was something odd about him. But I didn't want there to be. I wanted to wave it away. I wanted to trust Mr. Ryota. I wanted just one person who would understand everything and stay on my side. Well, there's no explicit rule saying I can't use the confidential databases. Thank you for the lurk, Tech. I do appreciate it. I'm pretty sure there is. Nope, I may be faculty, but I'm not a teacher. It's only stated that teachers have to request special permission. I checked the loopholes. Right. You know how the entry student application to the academy requires a psychological analysis by a qualified physician, yes? Yeah, another security measure, isn't it? Let me read this and see what you think. He knew about my lapses. Not because I told him, but because he had access to the psychological overviews of each student. He would have known each of the victims. Maybe they were assigned to his counseling care, just like I was. Gah, I hate computers, but we'd all be dead without them. You know what was great? My desktop iPair. Man, that was great. Stable, awesome, and a killer whirl of the fan. You guys know how satisfying it is to hear your computer work to keep itself cool. That's kind of weird. No casual user has desktops anymore. Oh, and icon phones. Man, phones these days break if you breathe on them wrong. Icon phones? You could probably survive a nuclear blast. Thanks for the alert, killer. Ah, there we go. Finally working. And he knew about computers. Not an avid follower of electronics. Not enough to know about weed, but enough to know about phone batteries. Instead of detention, the teacher's convinced that I need a more permanent solution. Like death? I can help you with that. So, how's the apartment? Still in one piece mostly. Good to hear. And Phil? Phil? The little houseplant, the one I placed on your shelf. Your memory sucks more than mine, kid. Wow, how do you have this much free time? Life as a dorm manager's just swell, isn't it? Like die-cut pieces of a complex puzzle, all the facts and memories line up in perfect succession. The killer is Mr. Ryota. Actually, I think I'm going to save it here. Now I know it with certainty, intrinsically, just like how I know I can sit in a chair and it'll support my weight, or I can walk under a bridge and it won't fall on top of me. I just don't know what to do next. Shouldn't there be a sense of triumph? A miniature party in the back of my head, giving me a cookie for successfully finding out the killer. Something keeping me going, something propelling me to the next step. I know the identity of the killer. Shouldn't I report this? But to whom? I'm on the run from the police, who may or may not be corrupt. I can hardly show my face at school. And if I called Mr. Ryota, well, that simply wouldn't do anything. For the most part, it feels like I should just give up. There's nothing further ahead to. No way out of the conundrum I've worked myself into. This situation requires me to be clever. More clever than I can be. I want to think myself out, find some magical solution, but sometimes it's just not there. Reaching into an empty bag and expecting handfuls of gold. Then is this it? Someone's calling me. Maybe I'll pick it up on the other end. I'll hear the cold, dead voice of Rui's parents, saying quietly that Rui has been found, but as a bleeding, mutilated lump of flesh and bone. Maybe I'll drop my phone, and this time, it'll shatter completely, crushed to pieces like the fragments of sanity stringing me together. Or maybe it's a tracking call from Lemniscape, a bid from the police that I'll be stupid enough to pick up. So I'm going to recreate my steps from here. And, because I think this is where, like, huge decision trees kind of start branching from this point. If If I answer it, and it is from the police, I'll be caught in the blink of the eye. Rui will die. Ryota will run free. 50% complete. Wow. Thank you so much. Yeah, it looks like that we're on track to actually get this done within the month. Thank you, Vide. If I answer and it is from the police, I'll be caught in the blink of an eye. Rui will die and Ryota will run free. But if I don't, what then? I'll be left alone to fend for myself, and somehow I have to extract Rui safely. And catch Ryota. And somehow stay alive. Is it even possible, or do I need help, no matter how much I despise it? So. Thank you so much, Killer. A lot of people donating for the ASMR. No, I have to pick this up. Facing Ryota by myself will only result in getting both Rui and me killed. With shaking fingers, I answered the call. Hello? Yama Ishimoto, I need you to listen carefully. This is my personal phone. It cannot be tracked. The number you have been contacting until now has been my work phone. I need to hang up now. Surely they're tracking my number, narrowing down the district and block and even the last millimeter. But I only clutched the phone tighter. The walls that I've built up, struggling to keep a foothold on my emotions, are starting to crumble. The police are in the midst of a manhunt for your person. They sincerely believe that you are the killer. And you need me to turn myself in? I need you to stay out of sight and give me time. What? Is this some kind of next level bait? I don't understand. Don't get caught, Ishimoto. Any time you might give me is time we may dedicate to catching the true killer. But you said you were the only suspect that I could trust to avoid the police for the necessary amount of time. I fall into silence at this, the magnitude of her statement only growing the more I ponder it. You saw me at the apartments and were warning me? You hardly were inconspicuous. So if you happen to possess any previously unknown information regarding the identity of the killer, now would be a wonderful time to state as such. Could be a trap. Could still be a trap. But I don't think it is. The killer is Jiro Ryota, the dorm manager and counselor of the academy. Silence falls momentarily on the other side of the phone. I can practically see Shigure's grip tighten. What? How did you come to know of this? Shigure, did you get any recent disappearance reports? 3, actually. I need help. Shigure, help. My voice cracks. I hate it. I hate feeling vulnerable. Hate feeling open. But I don't have a choice. Shigure falls silent for a long, long moment. And just when I'm beginning to think that she's hung up, she speaks. Will you live within the next 5 minutes? Her voice is slow and steady, soothing my frazzled nerves. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm not injured. Then, the urgency? Rui's disappeared. I work to speak, but my throat's gone dry. After a moment of silence, Shigure continues. You presume she is with the killer? He must have taken her. I have no time to question you, Ishimoto, so I will ask you this and only this. Are you completely, absolutely certain that the culprit is Jiro Ryota? Yes. I say it without hesitation. It appears to catch her off guard. Very well. I shall send forces to the academy under the reasoning that you may be hiding there. We may be able to find where he is holding Rui. That's it? She just takes my word as law? Thanks. In the meantime, stay out of sight and out of mind. Do you understand? But Ryota would see the police coming. He wouldn't stand still. He would escape immediately after killing Rui. Actually, I'm planning on contacting him. For what purpose? I need to meet with him, to buy some time. Otherwise... Shigure violently explodes into strident screams that I'd never heard from her before. You gullible imbecile! You moronic excuse for it! What are you even thinking? I'm taken aback by her sudden flare of passion, but my surprise is quickly replaced by indignance. At least I'm telling you now, aren't I? Oh yes, when it was nearly too late and I would have called the corpse. Simply put, Ishimoto, you haven't told me anything. Why would you not speak to me if you knew the identity of the killer? A very real bolt of anger lances through me. Why? Because I just figured it out. Because somehow, barely, at the end of my rope, I found something to cling on to. But I can't tell her that. If I say that I just figured it out, she might change her mind. She might need the reasoning. Who would trust a teenager who just figured out the supposed identity of a serial killer? I had a good reason for doing so. Oh good, do enlighten me. What? You can't just believe me? Need to throw in some more tests? Another little riddle run in District 6? Hell, was that investigation in the school just another goose chase? A funny little game to see how the kids at the academy dance? What are you saying, Ishimoto? You're right, I guess. Even while I was figuring out who the killer was, I didn't call you. I didn't ask you for help. Because I knew what you would say. You'd poke holes at me. You'd say that my reasoning didn't make any sense. You'd need empirical evidence. You hate me because you're doing ideas? Couldn't help it? Oh, that's funny. Tell me how it turns out. I think it's a wonderful idea. I knew that you wouldn't have believed me. You never even needed me as your assistant in the first place. I told Tech, since she likes the voice of her current victim slash person she's dating, that she should get him to read some of the books that she likes. Like read out loud. It's such a fantastic idea. I do the same thing with Liz. I knew that you wouldn't have believed me. You never even needed me as your assistant in the first place. Cold silence descends. I wouldn't have believed you? And then something happens. Something that I thought to be impossible. Shigure's voice cracks. But you didn't even try. I would have believed you. I would. If you just trusted me. If you just... She falters for a moment, then seems to recover, her voice strengthening. Ishimoto, regardless of my previous insinuations, I need you to know something. I do not tolerate the idiocy of the average ingenious denizen, much less let them become my personal assistant. You have repeatedly proven yourself through your rational deductions, your level-headed procedures, and your propensity to attack problems from unusual angles. Your input is invaluable. Despite our clear disparity in experience, you have taught me several valuable lessons. Do you wish to know why I pulled your accomplices into the investigation rather than opting for police unit? Simply put, my permissions in the case were barred from the academy. All information I was giving was secondhand, and thus easily corruptible. However, I was impressed by how you and your accomplices worked wholeheartedly. Yama Ishimoto, I have faith in you. Her words pierced through me. I'm frozen to the ground in shock, wordlessly opening and closing my mouth. Shigure believes in me. I don't even know how to react. But after that meeting with Natsuki, you fired you? That was for your own benefit, you imbecile. Oops. Or are your eyes too... Oh, never mind. This familiar type of response rings a chuckle out of me, but my mind is still racing. I have faith in you. Those simple little words. Words that tell me I can do something, that acknowledge my efforts, that tell me it's okay, you'll do the right thing. In the distance, I catch a faint glimmer of the approaching subway, hailed by the distant echo of the announcer's voice. Sudden clarity breaks into my mind. It's as if every disjointed piece just fell into place. I know what to do. Thanks, Shigure. I get to my feet as the subway grinds to a halt before me, but Shigure's voice comes harshly into my earpiece. Yama, listen carefully. We are en route, but there are powerful forces behind this case that remain very much hostile. It will take time to arrive. You understand this? I do. I'll get you time. I am extremely uneasy at the thought of knowingly sending a civilian to the presence of a known serial killer, but if you honestly believe you can prevent a death tonight, I shall not stop you. I think I can? Oh, well, that sounds convincing. I probably can. I suppose that is the best I can ask for. I would wish that you might wait until I could convey a firearm to you, but not possible with the current time frame. I have to go now. Neither of us mentioned that it would also be extremely illegal. Understood. Best of luck, Ishimoto. One sec, stay on call. I punch Ryota's contact and set the phone on speaker, waiting patiently. Shigure apparently understands, not a word crosses her lips. Finally, a neutral tone indicates that Ryota's picked up. Hello? Hearing his voice makes me freeze. This voice that comforted me, guided me, made me laugh. In the end, it left me, just like everything else. I quickly shake myself, trying to master my words. He's an enemy now. A stranger. Feign ignorance. Maybe I can still grab an advantage. Hey, Mr. Ryota. Hey, kid. That's when I realized that something is terribly wrong. It's some ungodly hour in the morning, and yet he picked up immediately, and he sounds wide awake. Almost as if he's been preparing for this moment. Mr. Ryota? What's up, Tech? What happened? I feel like he just got very flustered. Why did he do it? Come on, Tech. Talk to me, what's going on? I knew it. I feel like I just opened up a new world for you. Oh, wow. Liz, are you here? I'm curious if you're reading this too. What's up, Tech? What else? Nice, nice. I agree with Vide. That's so awesome. And in a subtle way too, you can kind of slip in the types of quotes that you want to hear from him too, or the types of books that you want to reenact. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you, Tech. Still want to meet this person someday. Anyway. Mr. Ryota knows what's going on. Say, you have great timing. I was wondering if we could meet up. I know that it's like some crazy hour or another, but I have something pretty important to tell you. Tech is greedy. Now then, are you able to meet up in real life too? That would be absolutely ideal. Mr. Ryota, it has something to do with, you know, your lapses. Is that really it? Is that why he's up? I can't bring myself to believe that. Mr. Ryota, I was just... But before I can add anything more, Ryota's phone buzzes angrily in the background. He pauses for a moment. Sorry, kid, just let me take this call real quick. Sadly, not because of your freaking art courses. Aw. Well, hopefully you can meet up quick. And he suddenly mutes. Finger shaking, I also mute my end. Switching to Shiguri's call. Did you hear all that? Quite clearly. Ishimoto, about the call Ryota just received. I am uneasy that it may perhaps... But that's when I hear Ryota's voice, and I quickly switch back to his call and then mute. Thankfully, Shiguri immediately falls silent. You're happy either way so long as he keeps putting up with you? We'll make sure you reciprocate too. It sounds like you found a real keeper though this time, Tech. I'm happy for you. But that's when I hear Ryota's voice, and I quickly switch back to his call and mute. Thankfully, Shiguri immediately falls silent. Mr. Ryota? Mr. Ryota, did you find anything about... Nice try. You almost had me. Hang up that call with the police first, then we'll talk. I almost dropped the phone. A bolt of panic lancing straight into my chest. He knows. How does he... How could he? Nice. Hurry up, boy. I don't have all day. I shakily mute and switch the call. I expect Shiguri to burst into anger, but she only seems resigned. It is as I surmised. A mole? That, or... She trails off, as if the thought is too terrible to comprehend. You gotta go? Alright. No problem, Tech. Have a wonderful day. Ishimoto, knowing this new risk, are you still determined to enter the school? I have to. I can't let Rui go without a fight. I shall bring a unit. Give us as much time as you possibly can. I will. And Ishimoto, given the choice between a stupid option and a stupider option, which would you pick? The less stupid one. Wrong. You must pick neither and wait. Please, Ishimoto. You won't enter the lottery nor borrow from a loan shark in order to buy a house, no? It's best to wait and save. Do you understand? What? Just remember this. And she hangs up, leaving me alone in the subway. I switch back to Ryota's call and unmute. He chuckles lightly. If you just asked the police for help, I wouldn't count on it. You don't know a thing, do you? I know you're the murderer. That's a pretty good start. Hey, murderer is such a harsh term. I like to call myself an artiste with an E. He chuckles again, but this time it comes with a pinch of shrillness that wasn't there before. My foreboding only skyrockets. Just what kind of insanity has he been hiding? So, hung up the call. Now what? Quite simply, the fun begins. Come to my play, boy. I've been setting the stage. This just confirms my fears. For some reason, Ryota's been preparing to kill me. Maybe I'm the next one on his list. No, I can't let this shake me. I have to stay strong. Talk normally. You've done it before. Oh, the false bravado of a man in love. I know it well. Did I really sound like that, I wonder? It's so terribly stupid. Are you going to answer my question, or are you going to wax more poetry? Poetry is by far the more interesting option, don't you think? Only for people with too much time on their hands. And that is the eternal problem, boy, for the both of us. We each have too much time on our hands. Far, far too much. Doesn't life just get so dull? Every hour passing drearily, like a never-ending group project where all you want to do is murder your classmates? That's what life is. How do you ease your boredom, I wonder? Television? Social media? No, you do neither. Sleep? Thanks, Shakespeare, but I think my life is my own business. I look forward to stripping that sense of righteous anger within you and replacing it with terror. I look forward to you trying. Ha! I love the ones that fight back. Just makes their dissent all the more satisfying. Before I can respond, he plows on, his voice gradually rising in pitch. Now, let's set the stage, shall we? I thought that you were taking care of that. Oh, don't worry. I'll be taking care of all the props. Do you hear me, boy? Don't bring any extra props. The thought never crossed my mind. Leave your phone and any police toys at the entrance. I'll see if you try to smuggle something into the theater. Understand? Is that it? Not quite. Why are you so hasty to end the call? Am I boring you? Sure, let's go with that. Then I'll get straight to the point. There is a brief moment of silence, punctuated only by the faint tones of Ryota punching numbers into his phone. Then I hear a voice. Yama, don't you dare do anything stupid. Nothing hits me, but it's all like the breath has been sucked out of my lungs. Rui? Stay there, don't come. I wordlessly open and close my mouth, desperately searching for words. My mind only runs blank. I'm sure you're already aware of this, but right now I am the master of Rui's fate. So, you might want to stay on my good side. This is how it's going to happen. You come to the back of the school, you know, the garbage truck route. You're going to dump all your toys, then I'll let you in. How? There's no entrance. Why is it that you all say the same thing? Boring. Where there is a will, boy, there is a way. So that's it then? Ah, well, actually, I feel like I should tell you this, just out of the kindness of my heart. Rui won't be there. For insurance purposes, I'm sure you understand. My fingers clamp in a death grip on my phone. What do you mean Rui won't be there? Hush, child. Why are you so impatient? Right now, Rui's in the safe hands of a third party, so long as you listen to my words. So, we meet up, have a little chat, and I let Rui go. Everyone gets their happy ending, except the police who, well, you know, they don't do anything anyway. A beautiful arrangement, no? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I grind my teeth and force a long, slow breath. If I go, I won't be able to see Rui with my own eyes. She could be anywhere. Even when Shigure comes, we won't be able to find her. But am I really in a position to be making demands? So, the first ending I got, I've refused these terms. No, if I can't see Rui, then this entire ordeal is pointless. I have to take this risk. You know me better than that, Ryota. I have to see Rui with my own two eyes. Who knows? You could be lying. You could kill her before I show up. I'm wounded. Do you really think that I would do something so cliché? Well, I didn't think that you would be a serial killer, but here we are. Forgive me for not taking chances. Fair enough, boy. I'll play along. She'll be here by the time you arrive. I'll even let you see her before you enter the school. That was very oddly agreeable of him. Enough to make me feel as though I've walked straight into a setup. Then, boy, is that all? Time passes ever on. Can I get more for him? Right now the situation still seems grim. I've rejected these terms too. I'd also like for Rui to be untied, so she can run away. As if you wouldn't be able to chase her down. Playing hard to get, aren't we? Fine, because I'm so very magnanimous. I accept. Would your highness also like a pony? Any new terms stack the odds more in my favor. I'm not currently in the position of power. If I push too hard, everything could go south. And the last one I chose was actually to reject these terms as well. The more advantages I push for, the better off I'll be later, right? It's worth a try. I might only have one shot at this. There's one more thing. Say, kid, I don't know if you're stalling for time, but there's only so much garbage that I'm willing to put up with. Haven't your parents taught you about what happens when you're greedy? You lose everything. His voice is as cold as steel, turning my palms sweaty. I get the terrible feeling that I've just made a mistake. Wait. No. No more playing around. Seems like you got too caught up in trying to play God, kid. Rui's staying out. Sorry. Guess you won't be able to see her. Get over to the back of the school. I'll give you 15 minutes. If you don't come by then, well, guess you'll have to say bye-bye to dear Rui. And that's the last thing he says before he hangs up. Almost blankly, I stand in the middle of the subway platform, phone swinging loosely from the edge of my fingers. Then all my muscles burst into action. I shoot out of the subway, legs pounding the pavement as fast as I can make them. My lungs start to burn as the cold night air cuts into my throat like knives, but I'm forced to ignore it. Stoplights in the cross sections warn me to stop, but when I see a gap between the incoming cars, I bolt across for my life. Engines roar by, and horns belt in full volume. I'm certain that cars roll down their windows to call me crazy, scream that I'm an idiot, swear to call the police on me, but I don't care. They're coming back from a long work day, or from grabbing fast food around the corner, or picking up their kid from martial arts or cram school. Meanwhile, there's a girl locked up somewhere, knowing nothing except the sickening fact that at any moment she might die. And yet on they go, with fast food and martial arts and cram school. The world blurs by in the haze of bright fluorescent color, until I finally grind to a halt at the entrance of the school. My heart feels as though it's slamming into my ribs, bruising itself until it bleeds. I'm forced to stop and lean against the gate, gulping desperately for air. 13 minutes. I only have 2 left. I press my sleeve against the sweat coating my brow, allowing myself time for one more deep breath. Then I sprint around the perimeter of the school, stopping by the shady back area where all the good kids stay clear of. Ground-up cigarette butts lie scattered on the floor, and if I squint, I catch the light gleam of empty needles in the grass. Well, maybe the school was a little less tidy than I first thought. As I near the trash bin, I notice a long, distinctly human-shaped figure leaning against a solid wall. Fine weather we're having. I expect the voice, but I don't expect the instinctive reaction that comes with it. My breath catches and my throat clogs, sending tears straight to my eyes, no matter how hard I try to keep them down. And Ryota steps into the moonlight, lips twisted into a lopsided grin. Out for a little night exercise. I try to speak, but no sound passes my lips. I know what he's doing. I know what this is. A power play. I'm sweaty, tired, disheveled, and likely very sleep deprived. Forcing me to run here only gave him more of an advantage, and there's nothing I can do about it. Now, remove all gadgets, if you may. Wordlessly, I reached into my pocket and silently handed my phone. I don't have any other choice. Turn out your pockets, pants and jacket. I do so. You're walking evenly, so I doubt you're carrying anything in your shoes or your underwear. Come in. We've wasted enough time. How? We're at the back of the... But then he touches the wall, and part of it slides away. Suddenly, there's a keypad. He jabs a sequence of 6 digits into the keypad, waits, and the wall slides open. It's nothing like one of those mysterious puzzles of ancient architecture in video games, where the whole wall rumbles apart and the ground shakes and dust falls from the ceiling, and a magical passage is revealed. Simply put, a door-shaped part of the wall swings open. As it was just a door painted to look like a wall, except the texture is somehow exactly the same. It's quiet, it's understated, and I would never have guessed in a million years that it was there. Ryota clocks my shock and only grins in response. Let me tell you something, kid. The janitor has to get in and out somehow to dump his trash. Now, smooth little schools like this, they love to give the illusion that they're perfectly protected. Impenetrable walls in every direction, the only gate supervised by a card reader and cameras. But functionally speaking, you think that the janitor is going to walk out the gates all the way around the school, dump, go back all the way around, and through the gates? Of course not. That's sheer nonsense. Sheer nonsense. Something on the level of presuming that the janitor took everything to the land of missing socks. I knew that there had to be another way in, and well, it took some searching, but that's how I found this. Why hadn't I thought of something like that? Why did it have to be Ryota? If you're trying to brag, don't expect a red carpet award from me. What I'm trying to tell you, kid, is that even the richest school of all Isamu has a crappy security system. I, one man, outsmarted it, just like this. To be fair, they probably weren't expecting a serial killer to be in their faculty. Ha! Sloppy work on their part. Let's go. The night isn't getting any younger, and nor am I. He turns and slides into the corridor, moving so fluidly that his head stays perfectly even over the ground. I then notice that his careful steps renders him virtually silent, like a predator hunting down a piece of injured prey. It's a simple matter of exiting the building, turning the corner, and entering the classroom complex. He leads me up the stairs to the second floor. He pulls open the door, lifting an eyebrow at me. I only stare in the dim gloom, suddenly filled with dread. Everything could be a trap. Ryota could have already killed Rui. Shigure could be lying. There are so many moving components to this encounter. So many potential things that could go completely wrong. I turn my gaze to Ryota, who only jerks his head at the door in a distinctly more impatient fashion. Impatience. I file this nugget into the back portion of my mind that's still miraculously working. Then, with one deep breath, I enter the classroom. Ryota follows straight behind me, announcing my appearance with a loud crow. And the delinquent arrives at last. He pushes up his sleeves as if he's getting ready for work, tossing his keys and phone on top of the desk, probably in an effort to unburden himself for whatever he has planned. I stop abruptly, my eyes roving frantically across the classroom, searching empty space. Huddled in the back corner of the room are 2 desolate figures tied firmly to their chairs. The first is a girl, the second a boy. I don't recognize either of them, but they look young, maybe in their first year. They are speechless, but even from where I sit, I can see the sweat rolling from their temples and dripping onto their necks. And their knees are clearly shaking. Both of them, absolutely terrified, innocent bystanders, pulled into this sick, dastardly game. That's when Ryota abruptly pounds the handle of his knife against his desk, blasting my ears with a sudden sound. My heart instinctively jumps into my throat. He snickers quietly at the shock that must have been evident on my face. Welcome, class. Hate to say it, but you're now in a remedial session. Suffice to say, you've all screwed up in a big way, and it's my job to whip you back into shape. How I hate it. But someone in this snooty little elementary school has to smack the hands of the naughty ones. He suddenly whips to me, his eyes blazing fire, pointing the tip of his knife right at my chest. You, why aren't you sitting down? I sit down, throat dry. Ryota's shoulders immediately relax. Good. That's exactly how I like it. Now, Ishimoto, is it? Since you came in late, you get to be my special assistant. My body goes cold. My eyes immediately turn to the knife. Ryota, reading my intentions, chuckles. Oh, don't look so scared, boy. You'll help me discipline. Sounds like a much better position to be in, doesn't it? Relief courses through me, and I hate myself for it. I shouldn't be relieved. He is a discipliner. I am a discipliner. Whatever he's planning on doing, I will have to copy. If he breaks bones, so must I. If he saws through limbs, so must I. And if I don't, then all of us will be killed right here, right now. Because the only thing keeping him playing along is me. What? What do we have to do? Oh, it's quite simple. He strides behind the teacher's desk and pulls something out underneath. My heart drops. 2 metal pipes, around 3 feet in length, rough around the edges. He rolls one to me. I automatically stoop down and pick it up. We'll take turns inflicting blows on our disciplinees. Good, solid blows that make a nice musical sound. The first discipliner who knocks out or kills their disciplinee loses. The 2 students explode into wailing at this statement. You bastard! You damn bastard! I can't believe you. Please don't hurt my sister. Don't hurt me. This makes me freeze. Brother and sister? I silently watch as Ryota gleefully skips over to the chairs, dragging the 2 students over. Brother and sister. The cruelty will never end. I swear, if you lay one hand on my brother... Ryota stops abruptly. The momentum throws the girl against her ropes, temporarily choking her into silence. Isn't she just so darling? I picked her out specifically for you, boy. Did you? Oh, yes, and she gets to be yours. I stare in silent horror at the girl. She only turns her head away. Hisao, look at me. Look at me, Hisao. The terrified boy locks eyes with her, face doused in a mixture of tears and sweat. You'll be okay. It'll be okay. Do you understand? It won't be. It'll be okay. Of course she'd say that. Except the first person to fall unconscious means a loss, which means I have to inflict pain without the promise of comfort. I can't do this. If I want to win, or at least not lose, each blow needs to be felt by their conscious mind. Oh, don't give me that face, boy. Be glad I didn't pick the knife. I mean, I'm pretty tempted to, but then you'd probably lapse, and that's just boring. Something like this needs to be remembered. So, are we ready to begin? No, we can't. I'll go first. Watch and learn. He stands over the boy, gripping the pipe tightly in one hand, keeping the knife in the other. I watch, transfixed, even while everything in my brain is screaming for me to turn away and close my eyes. The boy whimpers quietly, eyes wide, squirming about the crude ropes that bind him to his chair. Ryota smirks quietly at him and ruffles his hair. Not gonna lie to you, kid. This is gonna hurt like hell. No. Ryota raises the pipe painstakingly slow, reveling in the drama at the moment. 3, 2, 1. He whips the pipe down, but when it's an inch away from the boy's kneecaps, he stops. Psych! The boy releases a great shuddering gasp, shoulders dropping in relief. Then, without a moment of hesitation, Ryota lifts the pipe and brings it down. Crack! Goes bone against metal, and the air splits from the impact of a horrifying, agonizing scream, punctuated by the shrill screech of metal as the base of the chair grinds against the ground from the force of impact. The boy is still screaming as Ryota steps back, an expression that I've never seen before dawning on his face. Oh, beauty, true beauty, how poignant is your sting. He giggles quietly to himself as the boy writhes against his chair, leg forced into an awkward angle. Damn it! This can't go on. I can't let this go on. Then there's just one thing to do. Well, your turn, boy. This is a nightmare with no awakening, a dark tunnel with no sign of light. What use is it? There's nothing left to wait for. It's better to end it quickly than prolong needless pain. I shouldn't have come here in the first place. I shouldn't have tried to fix anything. If only I had remained unattached. If only I had stayed oblivious. None of this would have happened. I raised a pipe of certainty. Hands cold but steady. It would have been better if I had just stayed as a normal high school student, breezing past his final year of studies before the university exam. Alienated from this world of misery. I swing the pipe. The impact rushes assuredly into her skull, splitting it cleanly. She doesn't have time to scream. I straighten, expecting to fear terror, guilt, fear. Huh? It's an odd sentence. The only thing that overcomes me is a wave of nausea. Oops. Not the sickening blow of a fever or a flu, something on a deeper scale that flows to the outer edge of my body. A sensation that's slimy and incurable. Murderer, my mind whispers. There's silence from Ryota, even from the boy. Not a single peep. The boy should be screaming in fury. He should be swearing vengeance at me, vowing to make me suffer for killing his sister. Ryota should be cackling with satisfaction. He's finally broken me to the point where I've taken a life. The two of them only stare at me, silently, as if frozen by time. Frozen in. I drop the pipe, but it lands soundlessly, like the world is a velvet muffler. What is this? I step towards Ryota, but he doesn't budge. His eyes remain on the spot where I was. The room is still and silent, and miraculously peaceful. Like a scene put on pause, or a stage play in the middle of intermission. A shadow flits in the corner of my vision, immediately drawing my attention. Who's there? Nothing. Of course, nothing. There is no longer anything. Simply emptiness. Because I am helpless, and there's nothing left for me. This is out of my control. I can do nothing more. Death after death, an endless cycle of suffering, living in a world that delights in breaking innocent souls. It's better to just give up and die. If I could fall to the ground right at this moment and just let myself rot, that would certainly be ideal. Or do I need to live, to lie down without a fight, or to set my revenge on the world? To make society resent the people who raised such a monster? A tantalizing thought. This is out of my control, and now in my control. And so I wake. Time has resumed. No, it has never stopped at all. The girl's split corpse tumbles crookedly in their chair. If I bothered to look, I would probably see organs slithering out of her skull. I breathe deeply despite the cloying scent of iron, feeling refreshingly alive. You monster! Despite his numerous injuries, the boy writhes against his chair, screaming in a toxic concoction of fury and pain. A truly tragic scenario. But he is obnoxious and hardly influential. It would be better to dispose of him without hesitation. I reach down, grab the pipe, crushing it against his forehead with all the force I can muster. Instant silence. I sigh quietly, flicking fragments of bone and blood off the pipe, feeling for the first time in total control of the situation. So, this is true strength. How I envy it. I turn my gaze to the man standing by the shattered teacher's desk. His face is utterly still, masked with years of long practice, but I can sense new wings of terror beating beneath his breast. It has probably been a long time since a man like him has felt fear, almost an entirely new sensation. I smile absently, a tingle of pride buried beneath my hollowness. This man, with a haggard face, beaten brow, shredded pupils, accustomed to chaos of the highest order, fears me. Who are you? Why do you ask? I see this man's calculations crumbling in his eyes. Clearly, this is a situation he has not expected. You're not Yama. Nonsense. There's no one else who I could plausibly be. He is simply limited by his preconceived notions, the fool. I advanced towards him, raising my well-worn pipe. Let him burn. Let this whole world burn. It deserves nothing less. Wait. He throws up a hand, trembling with adrenaline, looking for a way to escape. He is such a brave man, and yet so cowardly. I'm waiting. You want something different, don't you? I stretch my sore muscles idly, paying little heed to the knife clenched tightly in the man's hands. An intelligent fellow. He's had it all this time, but even though he's drawn it, he knows better than to use it on me. What could you possibly mean? The man is still for a moment, his eyes flickering down to my open ribcage, but the knife stays at his side. Instead, he raises his unarmed hand, pointing across the room toward the broad window that eclipses the edge of the classroom. I know that look in your eyes. We're not so different, you and I. Oh? This seems like a perfectly acceptable moment to chuckle, but not even a smile crosses my lips. Intriguing. You want bloodshed. I can help you in that. You will gain very little from killing me as opposed to letting me help you. I tilt my head, humming quietly. A sensible offer, but... I suddenly flash forward, holding my pipe with both hands. Ryota reflectively swings his knife, but his actions move like mud to my eyes. I easily catch his blade against my pipe and drive the leverage to rotate it into his own chest. The knife sinks softly into his flesh. He stares at me agape. You could not have been more wrong about what I want, unfortunately for you. You... I jolt my grip, thrusting the knife deeper in. He gasps for breath with a gurgling sound, no doubt the result of blood flushing through his lungs. I release my hold, knowing the wound to be fatal, and step away. After a moment of deliberation, I decide to pick up Ryota's pipe. A nice moment of irony. I step into the classroom window, my path littered with corpses. Jiro, Ryota, an unfortunate boy, and an unfortunate girl. I draw myself to the window, regarding the peaceful sky without emotion. To see a smoke cloud in that sky, flecked with embers and ashes, I look forward to seeing that day. A new story shall begin here. I casually flick the lock of the window and push it open with my pipe. I would have liked to crack the glass open like I cracked their skulls, but I have more important things to take care of. It is time for the city to remember. And this was the first ending I got. It is a bad ending. So, that was the very first one that I got. That was last week. I know people might not have seen it just because of how, like, my internet was just kind of screwing up. And it seems like my internet is also not quite being right either, because I seem to have dropped more frames throughout all of that. So this was the second ending that I got last week. I am going to fast forward through everything that I know. See, I answered the phone. And instead of refusing all 3 times, I just refused the first 2 times. So, Rui is going to be there, and she's going to be untied. That is the difference in my second ending that I got. After the second ending, I will be exploring the other endings that I'm going to try. But both of these had led to bad endings. I want to check out the other endings, because apparently this gets even darker than what we see. No, if I'm honest, there's not a whole lot more I can ask without making the request seem downright ridiculous to Ryota. Rui's going to be there. I'm going to see her. The police will know where I am. This is the most I can ask for. The back of the school, then? I'll give you 15 minutes. I'm coming from the subway station. Then you'd better run. Ta-ta! And that's the last thing he says before he hangs up. Almost blankly. I stand in... Okay. So this is the same. It's just me running back to the back of the school. Ryota says his greetings. I tried to speak, but no sound passed my lips. I know what he's doing. Let's see. Same thing? Now, removal of gadgets, if you may. Wordlessly, I reach into my pocket. Until I remember. You said you'd show me Rui first. He only chuckles at this. Not even a chuckle of amusement. It almost sounds giddy. Good, good. You're already learning how to play the game. He turns and points silently at the second floor of the classroom building. Most of it is shrouded in darkness, but just by the window I catch a glint of... You saw, didn't you? So, phone. All I saw was orange hair. It could be a dupe. Sighing heavily, Ryota reaches for his phone and taps the screen a few times. He only has to wait a few seconds. Rui, your boyfriend is having some trust issues. Be a dear and look out the window. I stare at the building, forcing myself not to blink, half convinced that if I looked away for a split second, I'll miss everything. The head of orange hair by the window turns slowly, revealing a distant, pale face, muddled slightly by the distortion of the window. But, without a doubt, it's Rui. I sigh breathlessly, instinctively. Something that I can't stop in time. Ryota smiles triumphantly. Phone. I hand him my phone. Turn out your pockets, pants, and jacket. I do so. You're walking evenly? This is the same thing. We know how he opens the door, talks about the janitor. And is super giddy about the fact that he can outsmart a terrible security system. The floor where I saw Rui. He pulls open the door, lifting an eyebrow at me. I only stare inside the dim gloom, suddenly filled with dread. Everything could be a trap. Rui could have been moved. Shigure could be lying. There are so many moving components to this encounter, so many potential things that could go completely wrong. I'm going to save this right here, because this is another branching path coming up. I'm going to show you the other bad ending I got last week, and then I'm going to be trying for other endings. I turn my gaze to Ryota, who only jerks his head at the door in a distinctly more impatient fashion. Impatience. I file this nugget into the back portion of my mind that's still miraculously working. Then, with one deep breath, I enter the classroom. Ryota follows straight behind me, announcing my appearance with a loud crow. And the delinquent arrives at last. Let's see, he pushes up his sleeves as if he's getting ready for work, tossing his keys and phone on top of the desk. Probably in an effort to unburden himself for whatever he has planned. I stop abruptly, my eyes roving frantically across the classroom, searching empty space. There. Huddled in the back corner of the room are 3 desolate figures, each tied firmly to their chairs. One of them, with streaks of orange hair shining softly in the scant moonlight, is Rui. For a moment I see nothing else. My eyes fix on her and my throat closes. Happy? I shuffle forward. A choked whimper tearing out of my mouth before I can stop it. It's only after seeing her that the weight falls, that I realize how long it's been since we've last spoken, that I realize how much I missed her, that I remember what life was like without her. I brace my hands against the desk to keep myself from collapsing bonelessly to the ground, forcing slow and steady breaths into my lungs. Still alive. Alive before my eyes. She screams something muffled against her gag and kicks the wall. The abrupt noise stops me in my tracks. Oh? It seems the damsel in distress wants to share some lovely little words. Clearly amused, he stands to his feet and swaggers over to the chairs. In one fluid motion, he flourishes something from the teacher's desk and holds it high in the air. A knife, serrated and sickly, the blade glinting coldly at the edges. With a jolt of panic, I leap forward. Don't! He slices down. Time freezes. The tip of the knife whisks forward and over, straight towards Rui's skull, searing the air below it into two. In the last possible moment, pulls back and neatly shreds the knot of her gag. The cloth flutters elegantly in the air, coming to rest on a linoleum below. I forced a ragged breath as Ryota screeches. Ha ha ha! Oh, kid, look at your face. Priceless. Priceless! I slump against the desk, my relief too great to allow room for anger. Instead, I stare at Rui, her eyes, her hair, the tip of her nose, letting the memorized image remind me of home. Comfort, teasing, loud Christmas dinners, and scented candles at a town festival. Whispered inside jokes, elbows in the ribs, playing make-believe like two idiots. Rui. What the hell are you thinking, Yama? Why would you come here? Her voice changes octaves with every syllable, and her eyes are full of tears. But despite her terror, she's only worrying about me. I clear my throat and croak something incomprehensible, then try again. You're okay. Yeah, but not for long. Why didn't you just stay home? Because I couldn't leave her to die. Because I had to do something. I guess I got lazy at being lazy? She snorts out a choked laugh, something almost frenetic. As if she didn't mean to laugh, but she couldn't help it. Well, there's a surprise. She sends me a weak smile. I turn to Ryota, who only smiles lazily in response. You see, I'm a good sport, so very accommodating. You won't find an executioner of my tier anywhere else in the world. Executioner? Executioners kill for a purpose. Executioners are given targets by other people. Is it possible to get any information out of them? Let's see, I'm going to save it here again. Executioner? You mean a glorified hunting dog? So I say with an attempt of a clothed, flat tone, but to my dismay, my voice cracks. This only seems to heighten Ryota's glee. Hunting? Oh no, hunting is meant for practical purposes. Hunting is for the meat, or the hide, or the money from sales. I like to think of myself as a gardener, pruning dead weight so the branches with actual promise can grow. My id is my employer. My ego, the employee. And don't think I don't know what you're doing. Scraping for time won't bring the police any closer, boy. Do you realize that you sound... No. No more provocations. It's time for school to begin its session. He abruptly pounds the handle of his knife against his desk, blasting my ears with the sudden sound. My heart instinctively jumps into my throat. He snickers quietly at the shock that must be evident on my face. Welcome to class. Hate to say it, but you're now in a remedial session. Suffice to say, you've all screwed up in a big way. And it's my job to whip you back into shape. How I hate it. Someone in this snooty little elementary school has to smack the hands of the naughty ones. He suddenly whips to me, his eyes blazing fire, pointing the tip of his knife right at my chest. You! Why aren't you sitting down? I sit down, throat dry. Ryota's shoulders immediately relax. Good. That's exactly how I like it. Now, Ishimoto, is it? Since you came in late, you get to be my special assistant. My body goes cold. My eyes immediately turn to the knife. Ryota, reading my intentions, chuckles. Oh, don't look so scared, boy. You'll help me discipline. Sounds like a much better position to be in, doesn't it? Relief courses through me, and I hate myself for it. I'll give you an important choice. This is where I want to save it. Listen carefully because it's an important one. Each of us needs to discipline someone else. That's a given. This is a remedial class after all. But I'll give you two fabulous options out of the goodness of my heart. Either my disciplinee will be darling little Rui, and yours will be simply that plastic class skeleton, or both of us will work on those other two students. Other students? Since when were... Ah, right. The two strangers sitting by Rui. I look to the back of the room, sizing up the three figures. The first is a girl, the second a boy. I don't recognize either of them. They look young, maybe in their first year. They're speechless, but even from where I sit, I can see the sweat rolling from their temples and dripping onto their necks, and their knees are clearly shaking. Both of them, absolutely terrified. Innocent bystanders pulled into the sick, dastardly game. Rui is next to them. Unlike the other, she is completely still. Eerily so, like she's been turned into stone. When I meet her gaze, I see nothing but tears of fear in her eyes. She's ungagged. In a different circumstance, she would have volunteered immediately in order to save the other two students. She would have been brave and fiery in everything the world knows her for. The fact that she isn't saying a word tells me just how scared she is. My eyes drift back to Ryota, who only tilts his head. The knife twitches in his hand, and I suddenly piece everything together. He is a discipliner. I am a discipliner. There is still tons of dialogue that I forgot about. If he breaks bones, so much I. If he saws through limbs, so must I. If I don't, then I'll be killed right here and right now. Because the only thing keeping him from playing along is me. I could pick the class skeleton. I would only have to main plastic, stop on plastic, break plastic. Everything would be safe. But then Rui would be in the hands of Ryota, and watching Rui get hurt. I don't think I could bear it. I came here to save her, letting her die in Ryota's hands. No, there has to be a different way. But then what, the other two students? That's 2 lives instead of 1. 2 bodies instead of 1. Objectively, it's the worst decision in every way. Ryota knows this, because he knows me. Sometimes better than I know myself. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. The ultimate trade-off. I can't give up Rui. I just can't. But forcing 2 other students to suffer, just who do I pick? So this brought me to the other ending that I got last week. And that's what I chose. Even if it means Rui will suffer, wouldn't it be better for just one person to face the consequences? That's what I tell myself. If I pick Rui, then only a plastic skeleton will be my victim, not another human being. She can hate me, but I need to choose this. Then I pick Rui. Surprise flickers across Ryota's face. This is clearly not the outcome that he had been expecting. Neither did I, in all honesty. Want to play the hero, I see. I don't. I look at Rui helplessly. I don't know why. Seeking penance, maybe? Reassurance? Either way, it's a stupid decision. She must hate me with every fiber of her being. And even if she doesn't right now, she'll end up hating me in the future. She looks at me tearfully, but there's no sign of hatred in her eyes. She even offers a weak smile. A smile. Why? Surely it's not out of gratitude. I can't even say that it's out of pride at making the right decision. I read her gaze silently as Ryota hauls her across the room. She grunts in pain as he slams the back of her chair against the desk, but that tremulous smile remains. Ah, I understand. She isn't smiling because of the emotions she's feeling. She's smiling, determined, because she knows that it's the last time I can see her smile. I freeze at the realization. A throbbing pain resounds in my chest. The last time. No, I have to believe that Shigure will come. I have to trust that she'll make it in time. Why, Rui? Why my foundation? Why of all people? No, focus, and trust. I can do this. I force a tentative smile, pushing it across my face, even as every muscle screams against it. Rui's eyes glisten in the moonlight, full of unshed tears. Then Ryota straightens. Ignorant of our little moment, he clears his throat. Now, shall I explain the rules? He strides behind the teacher's desk and pulls something out underneath. My heart drops. 2 metal pipes. He rolls one to me. I automatically stoop down to pick it up. We'll take turns inflicting blows on our disciplinees, good, solid blows that make a nice musical sound. If you can stay sane for as long as Rui is conscious, well, you win. Everyone's a winner. I try to speak past my dry throat. What? What kind of hell is this? I just hit some plastic skeleton and stand idly by as Ryota wails on Rui. He hits her until she falls unconscious. That can't be. He'll kill her that way. He can take his time, hitting her toes, then her foot, then her ankle, then her knee, working his way slowly as he breaks her body. Pain and torment without any sense of the relief that is unconscious. My hands shake uncontrollably as Ryota unceremoniously dumps a plastic skeleton at my feet. It gazes up at me with a macabre grin fixed on its face. Well, procrastinators never prosper, so might as well get to work. He raises his pipe with great melodrama, and Rui whimpers reflectively. No, wait. I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have picked Rui. But Ryoto's pipe is already in his terrible trajectory, soaring downward and... Wah! Rui's face contorts with the agony as Ryota's pipe slams right on her toes. Her screams rip through the air and claws at my eardrums. She wasn't supposed to suffer. I was supposed to save her. Not Rui. Anyone but Rui. Oops. There's a shrill noise in the space between my ears as my vision pulses angrily, tilting my sense of balance. What's the matter, boy? You weren't supposed to... Rui wasn't supposed to... I thought that... Suck it up, kid. This is how lovely the world is. Your play. George the Skeleton's about to have a bad time. He points casually at the plastic skeleton at my foot, completely unaffected. There's not a single shred of humanity left in him. Nothing that shrinks back at the prospect of harming another human being. Just pure malice. Nothing that I can fight against. We haven't got all day. Are you trying to stall? I swallow, mouth painfully dry. I lift the pipe and slam it into the skeleton without much thought. The femur breaks cleanly, skittering into 2 pieces. Plastic after all. Not very strong. Even so, just the sight of it turns my thoughts to Rui. What effects did Ryota's blow have on her bones? How much pain is she going through? Boring. Glad it's my turn again. You really know how to kill a crowd, kid. Turns away, raises his pipe again. No! Swings it down, biceps corded with tension. Oh, yeah. Stop. Make it all stop. She's not supposed to die. She's not supposed to suffer. My head shrieks with pain as I crumple to the ground, that pipe rolling out of my hands. Agony. Nothing but endless agony. Not her. Not her. Then I'm overcome with a wave of nausea. Not the sickening blow of a fever or a flu. Something on a deeper scale that flows to the outer edge of my body. A sensation that's slimy and incurable. Again, my mind whispers. Again. There's silence from Ryota. Silence from Rui. Not a single peep. Even the students in the back of the room are silent. Maybe they're trying to blend in the background. Maybe they want to be forgotten. Ryota should be cackling with satisfaction. He's breaking me. And breaking me effectively. Rui, Ryota, and 2 students, the 4 of them only stare at me. Silently, as if frozen in time. Frozen in. I drop the pipe, but it lands soundlessly. like the world is a velvet muffler. What is this? I step towards Ryota, but he doesn't budge. His eyes remain on the spot where I was. The room is still and silent, and miraculously peaceful. Like a scene put on pause, or a stage play in the middle of the intermission. A shadow flits in the corner of my vision, immediately drawing my attention. Who's there? Nothing. Of course, nothing. There's no longer anything. Simply emptiness. Because I am helpless, and there's nothing left for me. This is out of my control. I can do nothing more. Death after death, an endless cycle of suffering, living in a world that delights in breaking innocent souls. It's better to just give up and die. If I could fall to the ground right at this moment and just let myself rot, that would be ideal. Or do I need to live? To lie down without a fight, or set my revenge on the world, to make society resent the people who raised such a monster. Tantalizing thought. And I transform into the exact same thing as the first bad ending. And so I wake. Time is resumed. It's never stopped at all. Rui's eyes, glazed with pain, slouched against her chair, her feet most certainly mangled beneath her schoolgirl loafers. She is my first priority. I step next to Rui and reach out a hand, brushing my fingers against her cheek. Ryota does not move. He seems surprised at the motion. I take advantage of the moment, leaning to press a kiss against her forehead. Sweet Rui. She deserved none of this. Yama, be at peace. Before Ryota can move, I raise the pipe. One deft, final swing that hits dead center. Rui's neck snaps backward at the impact. Then she rests quietly. I straighten, closing my eyes at the solemn moment of peace in the classroom. She deserves a moment of silence for respect. You monster! How could you? My eyes snap open at the unwelcome interruption and turn to the back corner of the room where the two captive students are still bound to chairs. I'm almost forgotten about them. They're writhing against the chairs, a toxic concoction of anger and terror swimming in their eyes. A truly tragic scenario. But they are obnoxious and hardly influential, disturbing this sacred moment. I tighten my grip on the pipe and stride to the back of the room. No one moves to stop me. Of course, only one person can, and he is currently pressed to the floor in his own shock. It's quick work to swing the pipe twice more. I meet no resistance. Being tied to a chair probably has something to do with that. Instant silence. I sigh quickly, flicking fragments of blown and blood off the pipe, feeling for the first time in total control of the situation. So this is true strength, how I envy it. I turn my gaze. His face is utterly still. He is afraid again. The man with the haggard face, accustomed, fears me. Who are you? Why do you ask? I see this man's calculations crumbling in his eyes. Clearly, this is a situation he has not expected. You're not Yama. Nonsense. Who could I possibly be? Let him burn. Let this whole world burn. Wait. You want something different, don't you? Oops. Where was it? The broad window which lets in a pool of light into the body that was once Rui Hayata. And yeah, there really isn't a difference at this point. If you want bloodshed, I can help you, but I stab him back. And Rui Hayata, the only one who could possibly have stopped this metamorphosis. But none of that matters now. And that was my second bad ending. Everything from here on out is stuff that I have not seen. So, if I load back into this. So, this automatically gives me to that bad ending. This is the one that I started doing last week before the internet crapped out on. And what I wanted to do before the end of the stream. So, let's go. I try to speak, but it comes out as a croak. Desperately, I clear my throat and try again. Let's work on the two other students. The reactions are immediate. Ryota's face lights up in a manic smile. Rui's jaw drops. The other two students explode. You bastard. You damn bastard. I can't believe you. Please don't hurt my sister. Don't hurt me. This makes me freeze. Brother and sister? I silently watch as Ryota gleefully skips over to the chairs, dragging the two students over. Rui gasps breathlessly. Brother and sister. The cruelty will never end. I swear if you lay one finger on my brother. Ryota stops abruptly. The momentum throws the girl against her ropes, temporarily choking her into silence. Isn't she just so darling? Picked her out specifically for you, boy. Did you? Oh yes, she gets to be yours. My mind runs blank as the girl glares at me, hate burning clear in her eyes. You're disgusting. And I say nothing. It vaguely dawns on me that I should direct her anger at the serial killer, at the psychopath who orchestrated this entire thing. But can I really? They still had hope. Hope that they would go unscathed. That only one person would have to suffer rather than two. I crushed that hope, the last hope they ever had. And now they'll die for it, agonizingly, but with nothing to despair. But with despair. Instead, my reply is automatic and empty. I'm sorry. I fully expect her to spit in my face, but she only turns her head away. Hisao, look at me. Look at me, Hisao. The terrified boy locks eyes with her, face doused in a mixture of tears and sweat. You'll be okay. It'll be okay. Do you understand? It won't be. It'll be okay. I look at Ryota, expecting him to slap her into silence, but he only leans against the wall, grinning like he's having the time of his life. Of course, he must be having a field day. The pleasure of pain brings him more joy than death itself. I get the sudden urge to laugh. I don't know why. Yama. The airy voice from this corner reminds me of Rui's presence. She's staring quietly at the scene before her, face bleached white. You're not going to hurt her, are you? Guilt, terror, regret, anguish. We must both be feeling their full effects. Close your eyes, Rui. She stifles a quiet sob. I turn to Ryota. Now that everything's set up, I need you to untie Rui. You know I can't do anything to you while you still have that knife, and neither can she. And neither of us will leave the other person to die either. Only because you're the teacher's pet, boy. He stalks over to Rui's chair and cleanly slices at her bonds. She promptly clasps her hands together, breathing deeply. Don't run, Rui. He'll kill both of us. I won't. I turn back to Ryota, hands sweaty against the fabric of my jacket. So, what are the rules of the game? Oh, it's quite simple. He strides behind the teacher's desk and pulls something out underneath. My heart drops. 2 metal pipes, around 3 feet in length, rough around the edges. He rolls one to me. I automatically stoop down and pick it up. We'll each take turns inflicting blows on our disciplinees. Good, solid blows that make a nice musical sound. The first discipliner who knocks out or kills her disciplinee loses. The boy bawls at this point. Even the girl is shocked into silence. The first person to fall unconscious means a loss, which means I have to inflict pain without the promise of comfort. If I want to win, or at least not lose, each blow needs to be felt by their conscious mind. And in that moment, I'll be just like Ryota. Oh, don't give me that face, boy. Be glad I didn't pick the knife. I mean, I'm pretty tempted to, but then you'd probably lapse, and that's just boring. Something like this needs to be remembered. So, are we ready to begin? No. No, I'm certainly not ready. I'll never be. I shift the pipe in my hands, feeling its weight. It's hefty, sturdy, could easily break bones, probably shatter a skull. And it's in my hands. I'll go first, watch and learn. He stands over the boy, gripping the pipe tightly in one hand, keeping the knife in the other. I watch, transfixed, even while everything in my brain is screaming for me to turn away and close my eyes. The boy whimpers quietly, eyes wide, squirming about the crude ropes that bind him to his chair. Ryota smirks quietly at him and ruffles his hair. Not gonna lie to you, kid. This is gonna hurt like hell. No. Ryota raises the pipe painstakingly slow, reveling in the drama of the moment. I might have laughed if the situation wasn't so sick. 3, 2, 1. He whips the pipe down, and when it's just an inch away from the boy's kneecaps, he stops. Psych! The boy releases a great, shuddering gasp, shoulders dropping in relief. Without a moment of hesitation, Ryota lifts the pipe and brings it down. Crack goes bone against metal, and the air splits from the impact of a horrifying, agonized scream, punctuated by the shrill screech of metal as the base of the chair grinds against the ground from the force of impact. The boy is still screaming as Ryota steps back, an expression that I've never seen before dawning on his face. Oh, beauty, true beauty, how poignant is your sting. He giggles quietly to himself as the boy writhes against his chair, leg forced into an awkward angle. Damn it! This can't go on. I realized it quietly through the empty shock as my fingers tighten around the pipe. I can't let this go on. Is there a way to outthink the situation? Anything at all? When it's needed most, my mind fails me. Well, your turn, boy. 4 students, including me. 4 lives at stake. 2 thrust in the middle of terrible suffering. I originally came with the intention to just grab as much time as I possibly could. I thought I could prevent a death, maybe 2. But there's no sign of the police. Not even the slightest indicator that they'll come at all. And now, death is looking like the best option. To buy time, I'd have to draw out this game, causing as much pain to the girl as she can bear, while the boy suffers beyond description. And if the police don't come, we'd still end up dead. I can crack this girl's skull, give her a merciful end, and then I lose. And Ryota unleashes his knife on the rest of us. Or, if I move really fast, I can maybe put an end to both her and her brother. In which case, it would only be down to Rui and me. No, Shiguri said she would come. She swore she would come. She said, she promised, she told me. Stop dallying about, boy. We haven't got all day. So, this is where I have choices. Stall. Pipes? Don't you think it's a little, I don't know, dated? Just because something is old-fashioned doesn't mean it's bad. I don't see what you mean. Sure you do. Never been an avid fan of change, have you? What's going on in the game? So, this is the serial killer that's been, the person that you see in front. Right now, I am, he's got 2 students tied in chairs, and he just cracked his metal pipe against the boy that was in the chair. And I'm supposed to do the same, or Ryota will kill us all. I'm trying to figure out a better ending than the 2 bad endings that I got. This time, Rui is also in the corner watching. She is actually completely untied. And so right now, I want to see if I can try to stall for the police to get here. That's what's happening in game. So you're saying that I'm stuck in my ways. We all have a natural tempo. Nothing wrong with that. Every, like, motion that he inflicts on the boy, I have to inflict on the girl. But if I stall for too long, I think he would just kill us all. I'm trying to navigate my way out of this. Although I do know that he is impatient, which means there is a time limit to all of this. That's certainly a positive outlook. I know what you're trying to do, kid. Cut it out. Make your choice now. So, this is where I got to at the very end. Should I try stalling? Just to continue to stall? I'm pretty sure it's going to put me into another bad end. But it's an ending I haven't seen. Or maybe it's a good ending. To be honest, this is the thing that Shigure told me to do too. So I actually want to try to trust in it. Let's see what happens. That's enough, boy. You've tried my patience for far too long. No, wait. No. No more waiting. His eyes flare with rage as he leans forward, every muscle tightening from spine to neck. I instinctively shriek back, mind whirling. If this is the case, I can't just let things continue on. I need to act now. I pull the pipe over my shoulder with great deliberation, as if preparing myself to strike the girl again. A moment passes. Then, I fling the pipe around me, straight over the girl's head, and right towards Ryota. Surprisingly, he's caught off guard, and barely raises his pipe in time. The force of my blow crashes right into his weapon, driving it into his shoulder. He grunts with pain, but I feel no bones give way. Nothing that can give me an advantage. Fear spikes through me, but I refuse to freeze. I continue my assault, swinging my pipe with relentless desperation. High, low, middle, anything. But with the shock of the initial assault worn off, Ryota is an iron wall. He seems to know where my blows will strike before I swing them. No, I have to hit him. I have to, or he'll take his revenge. I lunge forward, pulling all of my strength into the next swing. Ryota doesn't sidestep. He doesn't duck. He only broadens his stance and holds his pipe on both ends, driving it upwards to meet my blow. The impact shatters up my arm until my shoulders feel numb. I yell in pain, dropping the pipe on instinct. He immediately seizes the moment to bring his own pipe crashing down, right on my leg. Ah! Pain. Nothing but pain. White as a sheet in my mind, washing everything out. Ryota's voice bleeds quietly through the agony, low and mocking. Now, child, that is not how you treat your elders. You really ought to have better manners. But suddenly, I catch a blur of orange from the corner of my eye, and Ryota hisses through his teeth. In the midst of the commotion, Rui has crept beneath the desk and sidled my pipe into her own grasp, a pipe that she just slammed into Ryota's knife arm. The knife tumbles out of Ryota's grasp and skitters across the floor as he stumbles to the ground from the impact. Rui doesn't let up. She swings the pipe again, straight into Ryota's neck. He emits a choked screech, but when he turns in her direction, his pipe soars with uncanny precision. Rui's eyes widen for a fraction of a second, and he slams the metal directly against her forehead. I hear the bones of her skull crumple at the force of the impact. I see her eyes empty in half her heartbeat. I hear her breath catch, quietly, like her very respiratory system didn't want to be a bother. I see her head throw itself backwards in an unnatural angle, limbs splayed out like a broken doll. I hear a moment of utter silence. I see her collapse gracelessly against the wall, blood pouring from her head, water like from a shattered dam, a haystack, a roll of carpet, so terrifyingly limp and fragile. My mind is trapped in that moment, rewinding and playing, and rewinding again and playing, but my body moves of its own accord. Ryota, still trying to recover from his crushed windpipe, is instinctively clutching at his throat. I seize Rui's pipe, and without hesitation, crush it against his skull. Ryota crumples into a lifeless pile. I stand there for a moment, frozen. Blood, Rui's mixed with Ryota's, oozes down the length of the pipe, collecting in a gentle ellipse of crimson on the floor. Silence, save for my breathing, heavy and fast. The two students only stare at me with wide eyes and teary faces. Blood, vomit, pus and saliva, mixed in a toxic concentration and polluting the air. The pipe slips from my fingers and clatters shrilly against the ground. I'm shaking. It's like the joints of my very bones are knocking against each other, driving the breath from my body, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Slowly, I draw to Rui's side and kneel next to her. My injured leg screams in protest, but even the pain seems eerily distant. The knees of my trousers meet blood. They soak it up without protest. I cradle my hands towards Rui and stare at them, refusing to look at her disfigured face. Rui, he's gone. I give her hands a gentle squeeze. They're still warm. She's still warm. Rui. It should have been a stab wound. She should have hit his pipe arm. And she should have stabbed her. The hospitals can mend a stab wound. But a crushed skull? An instantaneous death. Hey, I wasn't supposed to tell you something. You can't leave me while I'm still talking. She is still and silent. Fatal blows aren't supposed to be so quick. There's supposed to be at least a moment, a grace period to share a single word, a look, a touch. I'm sorry, I would have said. It's okay, she would have said. Or if she couldn't forgive me, then act like it, dummy. My hands glide up her shoulders and gently shake her back and forth. I feel droplets of blood flick on the backs of my hand. Rui, hey, wake up. Rui, the police are coming, Rui. No, this can't, she can't. We were supposed to be okay. Wasn't supposed to end like this. Rui, it's cold. Why is it so cold? Rui, don't leave. Don't leave me. I don't have anyone left. Rui. A bad ending. This time I didn't turn into a murderer. Except for against Mr. Ryota. But at that point, it's more like self-destruct. Or self-defense. Back to two students. This is what happens with the choices in this game. You really only have one shot at all of this. I know it's a game now, but my god, is it heavy. Part of me wants to keep trying to find how to reach the actual, or a good ending though. It's just that type of game. It's just very brutal. And it's only been like this at the end. There's like kind of snippets of trauma in the past, like going through this, but let me try something different then. I'm gonna try stalling. Stall. Stall. And one more stall. So I had the last ending with this final stall. Let's see. Should I just straight up try attacking Ryota? The thing is that he broke my, like, he struck my leg. Well, no, actually, I threw the pipe at him. And the police never came. I don't know. I don't think the police are actually going to come throughout all of this. Let's attack Ryota. I can't just let things go. I need to act now. A moment passes. It looks like everything's gonna end up the same. Let's see, I swing. I have to, I lunge forward, pulling the edge of my next swing. Yeah. He immediately seizes that. Why does the sheet in my mind washing everything out? I wonder. What happens if I hit the girl? I'll try that after this. It seems like a pipe that she slams into Ryota's knife arm. Okay. It is the exact same ending. Okay. I'm just gonna fast forward that. The two students. Alright. I want to try stalling for a bit before I hit the girl. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's find out. In a situation like this, it seems like everything is... The only option is to go with the flow. I automatically step forward, knuckles turning white as I raise the pipe. Shiguri says she would bring the police. Shiguri needs me to buy time. Buying time means abiding by the game, drawing it out. Pain without mercy. Conscious damage. Yama, please. Close your eyes. The voice that comes from my mouth is cold and blank. Nothing like my own. I keep my eyes open as I swing the pipe down, knowing that I'd only endanger the girl further if I closed them. I see the pipe descend. I see the girl's eyes widen. I see... Ah! The vibration rocks from the tip of the pipe up through my arms to my eyes, which rattle in their sockets. I feel the impact of her arm giving way beneath my own hands. Something in me, something I hadn't known was there, slinks away into the shadows, gone forever. The girl gasped for breath as her brother burst into tears. No. A brother, a sister, doomed to die. I stepped back, hands shaking uncontrollably. Ryota only throws back his head and laughs. Oh, yes. Yes, that's it. I was worried for a moment, thinking that you'd pansy out. But you mean business right now, don't you? There must be something, some other way, some advantage. Something that didn't involve this. I still myself, keeping my eyes fixed on the girl before me. Faking shock? Maybe. I can't say that I'm really faking. Meanwhile, I let my mind cast about the room, mentally recalling every sensory memory that shelved away as I entered the classroom, searching for some miraculous solution. The door sprung open beneath my touch as I stepped into the classroom, my figure enveloped in the nighttime gloom. Ryota stormed behind me, letting every footstep vibrate through the floor, up to the doorframe, into the foundations of the building itself. He was enjoying himself, maybe a little too much. He was waiting for this moment, I think. The students that he'd carved into pieces might have pleased him temporarily, but this night, this would be his magnum opus, and he'd want to relive it 1,000 times over. He grinned with confidence as he cupped his hands around his mouth. And the delinquent arrives at last. I shuffled further into the room, squinting into the darkness of the furthest corners, my breath shallow and my palms sweaty. In the meantime, Ryota pushed up his sleeves and tossed his keys and phone on top of his desk. That was when I saw Rui. Wait. Tossed his keys and phone on top of his desk. There was one thing that I'd overlooked. The mole in the police. No matter how quickly and secretly Shiguri might act, there's still a high chance that she'll be found out. After all, it only took a few minutes for that mole to relay the news to Ryota. This time shouldn't be any different. Anytime now, a phone call would warn Ryota, tell him to get away, and that would be the end. It doesn't matter if I manage to distract him with this game. It's not like he'll ignore a phone call from his accomplice. In that case, I need to get rid of that phone. I have a pipe in my hand, and I'm just a step away from the desk. The main problem is breaking it without Ryota noticing. Or if he does notice, he won't think that I'm knowingly sabotaging him. Hello, Urtiyama Ishimoto. What is this, a little too much for you? My voice catches and squeaks, which makes me sound exceedingly helpless. That's a good thing. Ryota giggles quietly, but his eyes are narrowed. This must be a little rough, Do you feel like you're hitting your poor, poor sister? I wouldn't worry. She's already dead. You know that. I grip the pipe tighter, my knuckles whitening with pressure. The rough edges of the metal start to cut into the palm of my hand. I welcome the anger, the panic, the helplessness that's swirling through my blood, gathering it into one tangled ball of black emotion. Must still be sour for you, kid, no? Would you rather hit the little boy? Shut up. Yama, please don't listen to him. Come to think of it, maybe you'd have some fun if you had the boy. You'd finally get an outlet for all that self-hatred. Yama, he's just trying to get to you. You can fight it. Shut up, you bitch. With a frightening speed, he bounds across the classroom and seizes Rui by the hair, yanking backward until her neck is at an unnatural angle. Image Jiro not found. Good to see that those bugs are still here. Yeah. I liked you at first, but now you're just a little yapping dog. I should slit your throat right now. Feed your esophagus to the brat over there. He gestures to the boy who fastened to the chair. Rui makes an instinctive whimper deep in her throat. Do we have an understanding? Yes. Do we have an understanding, you blathering whore? Yes. Something locks in my brain, and all my emotions drain away until I feel like an empty automaton. You shouldn't have touched her. My vision blurs with rage as I raise the pipe with both hands, my arms shaking. Cold. Everything feels so cold. The edges of my lips roll up into an unbidden smile as a fleeting vision passes before my eyes. Ryoto's body, battered and broken at my feet, waiting for me to make an imprint. I seize the vision, even as a deeper part of my mind shrinks away in horror. I let it control me. You shouldn't have touched Rui Hayata. I slammed the pipe down with as much force as possible. The metal pulses against the floor with an ear-splitting crack. Splinters of something white and shiny shoot away from the point of impact like a spray of bullets. The boy and the girl shrink back in their chairs, staring at me with wide eyes. It's irrelevant. Get away from her. I let the voice increase in volume. I let it shake. I let it steep with madness and fury. Ryota steps back inadvertently, not out of fear, but out of surprise. He almost seems pleased with my transformation. I lunge forward, my voice exploding shrilly out of my throat. Get away! Get away from her or I'll kill you! I start swinging the pipe, madly, like an unbalanced marionette on a string, letting the end swivel into desk chairs, walls, anything. I rush at Ryota, but he nimbly weaves between the desks and tightens the grip on his own pipe. My pipe passes within an inch of Rui's face as I whirl around, bowling in Ryota's direction, towards the desk. I vaguely register a look of open horror from Rui, but I flick it away from my mind like a gnat. I lunge at Ryota with a full force blow, swinging down, letting out a vicious scream. And just as I was hoping, Ryota is startled by my sudden burst of energy and instinctively dodges to the side instead of blocking my blow. My pipe slices downwards and splits the polished surface of the teacher's desk, sending shards of wood flying. The impact rattles up my arms and into my skull, but most importantly, I've hit Ryota's phone dead center. It shatters into a new pile of rubble, the resulting crackle masked by the destruction. I don't dare to take a pause. I can't celebrate the small victory. Instead, I let my anger fester and take a hold of the pipe in my hands. I'll kill you right here, Ryota! I swing again at him, and he steps back, adjusting the grip on his pipe. He's getting ready to counterattack. The momentum of my arms carries my weapon straight into the wall, sending the plaster cracking. I let loose a scream of frustration, something that rips my throat raw and ricochets against the broken wall. From the corner of my periphery, I can register Rui clasping her hands. Yama, please, stop. Is that the best you've got, kid? You still haven't landed a single hit on this old man. I don't let myself think. I just swing the pipe unblinkingly at his head, knowing that it won't hit. And Ryota drops down just as I suspect. His eyes widen with glee as he swings his own pipe with one hand, and my stomach suddenly lurches back against my spine with a piercing hammer of agony. I'm sent sprawling to the ground, and Rui is screaming faintly in my ears. Yama! And then the coldness, the numbness, the emptiness, it all melts away. And I suddenly feel weary, like every footstep is being pulled through mud. The bowl of pent-up aggression in my gut is replaced with the pounding soreness from the impact of Ryota's pipe. For a moment, I let myself lie there, splinters of wood and plaster pricking into my back. It would just be so easy to just close my eyes and sleep. Let this whole world drift away. Get up, boy. Game's not over yet. Unless you mean to forfeit. Ah, that's right. I can't forfeit, because there's other lives on the line. That's what I came here for. To help these other people. To save some lives. I started to push myself up, but my abdomen clenches in pain. I gracelessly fall back to the ground, my back stinging from the tiny daggers of fragments embedded into the ground. So, no forfeit? Pity. turn to my side and try again. This time, I lean on the remains of the desk, cradling an arm against my aching stomach. Where was all that energy from a split second ago? Why am I suddenly so tired? I guess that I tend to charge ahead when I have a purpose, and without that purpose, I just run on a broken engine. I needed to break the phone, now I've broken it. What's left? Wait. How long? When will Shigure come? Cute play, boy. I see what you're trying to do. My veins fill with dread. It takes every ounce of self-control for me to not cast a glance at the buried phone. Unfortunately for you, noise isn't an issue. You can throw a tantrum all day and no one will hear a thing. The new curfew keeps kids in the dorm court. No one's going to take a stroll around the classrooms when they could be playing foosball in the common room. I don't have the energy to respond. I don't even feel my face move. Gradually, the cold, welcoming emptiness of my mind is dissipating, replaced with the creeping sense of utter what? Something dark, black, something that feels like it's squeezing my temples and smothering my nostrils until I can't breathe. Well, that was an interesting intermission. Must be my turn again, no? He weighs the pipe casually in his hands, like he's adjusting his hold on a baseball bat, and lifts it over his shoulder. I only register his words when he steps forward, sidling closer to the boy's side. Suddenly, past a bolt of pain in my diaphragm, I'm screaming, "No! Nah!" I don't know how to do that type of scream. What? All my screams for this has been just absolutely horrendous, and I understand that. I automatically close my eyes at the moment of impact, but that doesn't make the crunch of his collapsing bone any less loud. Ryota struck the boy's hand this time. I keep my eyes off of it, scared to witnessing the damage of myself. But judging from the boy's shocked stare, it's just as bad as it sounds. Please, don't hurt him. Oh, I wouldn't worry if I were you. You'll be getting your fair share of the pain. She groans at this, loud and anguished, bubbling in her throat like a clot of blood. Breaking the phone wasn't enough. There has to be more. Something else I can do. Are you enjoying this? A filler, as my mind scrambles for something more adequate. Why, yes I am. Thanks for asking. And you even enjoyed the previous students? They were all right, but this little show has been the best by far. It's like playing chess against a toddler versus playing chess against a rival. One just doesn't bring that satisfying challenge, you know? I can't feel good about pulling a checkmate on a little kid who's not even potty trained. He's becoming more talkative, taking his focus off of the game, even if it's just a little bit. I seize this with desperation. Maybe they were more of a challenge than you thought. I figured you out, just from the clues that they dropped. At this bold claim, Ryota tilts his head like a broken doll. I see the deranged gears in his head picking up speed ever so slowly. Because Ryota doesn't like games with only pain, suffering, and injury. Ryota likes to think. Ryota is intelligent. Ryota would look for a battle of wits just as readily. Even this pipe game, it's a twisted mix of sadism and psychology, his mind clashing against mine, trying to make me succumb to his methods. Maybe there's a way to pique his interest and bring the floor back into balance. It's the last hope I have. You always were a sharp kid, weren't you? I had high expectations for you, but you've exceeded every one of them. You deserve a gold star. I hope you know that a gold star isn't exactly a great incentive at the moment. Oh, but I read that positive reinforcement is better than punishment, particularly when it comes to children. To be fair, I've always thought of it as a ruse. punishment gets results. You just need to look at history to realize that. It's because of whips and taskmasters that the ancient pyramids and the great terracotta army were built. Meanwhile, what has modern humanity done? Skyscrapers? What beauty do those hold? They're glorified prisons, cages of metal and glass, meant to trap in pathetic little animals. Is that what you consider success? Building something big? Some people just prefer happiness. Happiness. What a subjective measure of reality. At least impressive structures are tangible. They are made of strong material, carved to loom above the common populace. When you look up, you realize the depth of man's insignificance. Happiness? What can measure happiness? How many smiles I send per day? Oh, let's not forget the first world dream, living in a mansion with a Ferrari and thousands of servants. Nothing brings happiness, but so much brings awe. This is just a meaningless stall for time, but I'll take it. He's starting to warm up, and weirdly enough, so am I. Maybe happiness is subjective, but awe? Does it really bring fulfillment? Doesn't it? Haven't you ever stood in the precipice of a great chasm and just thought, oh, I could just die happy at this moment? It's an unparalleled feeling in the world, child. You seem to be regarding me with skepticism. Then, pray tell, what is your opinion? What makes you happy in this foolish little world? What makes me happy? Something about the question seems to be a trap. Is he waiting for something to use against me? Is it time for another layer of psychological warfare? My friends. I could say, my friends make me happy. Then he'd point out how none of them were here, how I've endangered the only one who mattered, how friends are simply an arbitrary term for a circle of useless acquaintances. All I would feel is despair. Then what else could I offer as an answer? Being alive. Being alive to do what? Feel and experience everything that life has to offer? Then Ryota would say that if the gift of life is enough to bring happiness, then everyone should always be happy. The slave beneath the whip, the trafficked girl in a brothel, the prisoner of war on a rack. And again, I would only feel despair. What makes me happy? What fuels me to get up in the morning and keep going? Altruism? Hardly. I think most people in the world are pretty stupid and don't deserve to live. Love? Yeah, as if I'm a fountain of affection. What is there to fuel me? What makes me happy? Anything I think of, I know that Ryota can warp and use against me. He'll try to break me with his own words. Oh? Have I been caught? A shame we have to meet under these circumstances, child. Your mental faculties are truly impressive. Do you understand the theme of my lecture? I can't say I do. Will there be a study guide? You're already in the test, boy. I'm afraid it's too late. Simply put, he who has the most drive has the most strength, and he who has the most strength has the most power. Look at you. You can't even tell me what makes you happy, whereas I gave a confident answer. Why do you suppose that you are so powerless, while I stand, invincible? He even took my lack of answer and used it against me. I tried to tell myself that it was the right decision. Are you saying that you won? I'm just reporting facts. But even if I'm weaker, I can still beat you. I already beat you. Nobody was supposed to know that you were responsible for the killings. The recent ones, or the independent ones. Ryota stops in his tracks, his eyes glinting. Well, whatever the independent killings were, it looks like he really was the person behind them. It's a breather that I desperately seize. I try to cover up my fatigue by flinging a challenging look in his direction. You've been busier than I thought. Doesn't seem to be too hard. People don't tend to expect much of me. But you've even made friends in high places, High places? This throws me for a loop. What does he mean by high places? I got that information from Natsuki, and she lives in a shabby apartment in District 6. No, I can't be distracted. I have to keep the conversation flowing, make him lose track of time. Just how many people have you killed? The Aztecs had this remarkable belief system. Would you like to hear it? I just asked you a question. In order to appease the gods, to keep the universe running smoothly, they were to offer constant human sacrifices. Priests would rip out the hearts of prisoners of war while they were yet alive. If they slacked in performing this ritual, the kingdom as they knew it would fall into pieces. That's why you kill people? To keep Isamu running? What kind of reason is that? Oh, what? Do you think I'm the priest? His voice drops and takes on a tint of something unfamiliar. My spine tingles in apprehension. I am not the priest, child. I am the god. I receive bloody offerings. I do not give them myself. This city must earn my goodwill, lest I paint the streets red with my vengeance. The ones who scorned me will be obliterated by the very words of their own mouth. Oh, dear child, you know nothing of the beauty of pure, unadulterated strength. I open my mouth, willing a snarky remark to come forth, but there's nothing. My hands are shaking, tightening against my throbbing stomach. What kind of madness has seized this guy? I straighten and open my mouth wider, hoping that something will come out. Anything. If I don't say anything, if I don't distract him, even if it means I have to listen to more of this insanity. Your antics amuse me, boy, but our intermission must come to an end. We must return to our little game. Too late. The opportunity's been lost, and now? Now, I'm rattled, and I can't recover. In terms of psychological damage, he's one-handedly. I don't think it could have happened any other way. Like a puppet master overseeing a play, he has total control over every scene. Well, boy, it's your turn. What is your move? Jeez. I'm back at this game again? Do I stall? I can't keep hitting her. It's a pity that life doesn't change, whether you can or can't do something. Why did that happen to you? Oh, are we having a little heart-to-heart? Then something must have happened. Something that turned you pretty bitter. You'd love it if that were true, wouldn't you? Hurry up. Clock's ticking, boy. I feel like... Yeah. I feel like I'll just get the same endings if I do the other two. I have no other option. I have to just follow along. My hands shake as I step closer, raising the pipe. Maybe I can get away with hitting softer? No, it's a dumb idea. I know it's a dumb idea. Ryota would immediately know, and then he'd make me hit her again. Can't close my eyes. Might accidentally kill her if my aim is off. So I keep them wide open until the air pulls tears out of them. Then I swing the pipe. Aye! Her arm hangs limply over the edge of the chair, bent in an unusual angle that raises bile to my throat. How must she be feeling it at this moment? How can she stand it? Held captive for no reason, every nerve screaming fire at her, begging her consciousness to fade, but finding no relief. Oops, what the? How can she live through that kind of miserable existence? Hey, kid, you're not looking too hot. Want to call in a sick day? I doubt that's an option, I want to say. Something unaffected and cynical. Something that keeps me safe from the mess of the world. Instead, my mouth opens to pull up a topic to divert the conversation. You said you killed people for fun, essentially. Oh? Does that bother you? I assume it would bother most people. But, if I remember correctly, the Aztecs, well, they killed other strong warriors to transfer that strength to the sun. Aperon, says Nakamura, after being sent flying backwards by the apron of death and despair that Hirose put on. Out of left field, Red comes in. I have to watch that. Anyway. Back. Aw, thanks for the pat. Just a little bit of a break. Jeez, this is... thank you guys for lightening up the mood a bit. Thank you, Tech. They killed other strong warriors to transfer that strength to the sun. So, what made you turn on a bunch of helpless students? Also? Alright, I'll stop right here for a sec. Also what, Tech? You got something? You're keeping me in suspense. Just to make the mood a little brighter, you're gonna ramble about the victim. Oh, what an apt choice of words for this. The apron thingy happens in the first episode. Tech hasn't seen it yet. She's still binge watching. Horimiya is a fantastic anime. I love that one. Have you seen it? Has everyone here seen it? Rad, you need to check out Horimiya. It's really good. It's a straight couple, but you should. It's really good. I love it. It's a really, really good romance anime. Red wants to know, too. Not just me. Oh, I can see some similarities. Is mine unshareable? Tech will not share. Tech is greedy. She doesn't have enough for the classroom. She won't tell anyone. Not even Gibbs knows who he is. Does anyone know who they are? This someone from this must be someone from outside our community then. If you oh. Fred is just pouting. Anyway, thank you for making the chat a little bit more lighthearted. Whew. Back to the game. So, we made you turn on a bunch of helpless students. Even as I ask the question, the inner crevices of my mind whisper quietly. Is it worth it? Isn't this just prolonging an agonizing demise? But what other option is there? Come to think of it, earlier you mentioned being an executioner. Huh. Good observation, kid. You just felt like you just felt like Nakamura seeing the apron after you received a gift from a certain someone? Aw. It's nice that it reminds you of that. Unless it's the actual GIF itself of the apron moment. That might actually exist already. Good observation, kid. Let's just say that it's no coincidence that all the victims are connected to the Ikari's son, How fun. You're about to join that number. This makes me falter. Of course, if Yahiko isn't the killer, but has a connection to every single victim, it has to bear significance. How could I have overlooked that? What? What do you even have against Yahiko? He's harmless. He's gentle. He feels like a little kid in a broken world. Something so stupidly innocent that it's refreshing. I have nothing against Yahiko. You're asking the wrong question. He has nothing against Yahiko, but he's killing people close to him? That's an incredibly drastic maneuver. Why would a serial killer suddenly focus his attentions on someone like Yahiko? No matter how hard I think, the answer eludes me. But I can't falter. I can't let him remember to continue the game. Think. Think. If I were Ryota, if I were some psychotic man who loved to kill people, no, inflict extreme agony, then why would I do such a thing? What is Yahiko that I'm not? What does Yahiko have that I don't? Yahiko is a student. I don't think that he's in love with him. I don't think that's how this is going. Yahiko is arrogant, a dreamer, easily excitable, oblivious. No, these are personality traits. Think deeper. Motive. The Ikari's son. Ryota said before. The Ikaris. If it doesn't have to do with past history, they don't really know each other that well after all, then is it because of money? Money. Connections. Oh my god. Tech, you'll understand once you watch a Nakamura-kun episode 5. We do not like that episode, but you still need to watch it. Oh my god. Yahiko is the son of 2 higher-ups at Lemniscape. If Ryota doesn't have anything against Yahiko, then he could have something against his parents. If you were aiming for Yahiko's parents, it seems a lot more effective to target the people around them. Still have that brain of yours, I see. Yes and no. Yes, since Yahiko is just an easy avenue to his parents. But targeting the people around the parents themselves? Instant suspicion. Not to mention artless and cliché. I thought you'd be smarter than that. A little thought bothers me. Why is he so open with this information? No, I don't have time to consider this. Right now, I just have to accept it. Think. More. I am Ryota. Even now, I want to see blood, to hear screams. Two. No, something is clashing. Students. Students aren't a challenge. They're too easy for me, the wretched pests. Their deaths are simple and insignificant. They will be remembered for what? A day? 2? Perhaps 5 years by their families? But eventually, they will fade into inconsequential nothingness because they are young and meaningless. Another tally in a long list of missing persons. Whereas, if I could get my hands on a politician, or a world leader, or even a company executive. Mourning for weeks, months, years, remembrance in history books. The man who killed the king, or the president, or the emperor. I shall make my mark on society forever. A beautiful thread filling up the space of an intricate tapestry. But instead, I've decided to kill students, to capture insignificant little rodents, just to put pressure on the Ikari family. What a joke. Why am I even doing this? The Ikari family is threatening me? No. Certainly my judgment would be more swift. I would care not about my own death as long as I could have them suffer first. Were they threatening me? I would see them in their rooms the next night with a knife in my hand and a grin on my face. Capital punishment would be insignificant. I would face the chopping block gladly in that case. Money? Perhaps someone is commissioning me with a monetary incentive? As if. I am paid in blood. Currency is of little value to my psyche. If I needed the pocket change, a few black market inquiries would do. Perhaps I need something money cannot buy. Something that only a certain commissioner has. And the only way to get it is to pressure the Ikaris, even if it means killing rabbits. To do that, I started with someone only slightly related to Yahiko. Midori Maeno. They would not even notice. Yahiko may mourn, the compassionate imbecile, but the Ikaris, it's just an insignificant disappearance. Then Toma Hayashi, who interacted with their son on a greater level, in the orientation group that Yahiko led. That may raise some eyebrows and call for suspicion, but nothing that the Ikaris can prove. Next is Akane Tsukino, girlfriend of Shoji, who was close to Yahiko due to the Happy Club. Shoji himself followed thereafter. A spiral of people, with Yahiko Ikari at its center. The poor soul would not understand what was going on, but surely his parents would. And in return, I would receive something of enormous value, something that money cannot buy, even if it means that I must sacrifice a portion of my dignity. Heh. Yama? You, Ryota, are you on someone else's payroll? You are a freelancer with a client? You are no artiste. You have no satisfaction. How the mighty have fallen, once a predator, feared by all, able to strike whenever and wherever he so pleased. Now a mindless guillotine with no will of its own. How great is your greed that you would betray your love of art for this? Oh, but you fool, you've conquered dogs and rats. Silence. His voice teems of ice, and I feel his psyche writing in humiliation, and it's just so thrilling. When they screamed, how easy it must have been to forget. Just as a man can distract himself from symphonies, so can he distract himself with agony. But when you returned, when you lay your head on your pillow, you must have realized the bitterness of your own insignificance. Rabbits, pawns, you are the pest control. Do not test me, boy. But I'm caught up in the euphoria, a welcome distraction from the never-ending cycle of pain and panic that plagued me before. Selling your soul for a delusion, a pittance. Do you never wish to go back to happier times? A time when you were a shadow with a name? The independent killings. Nothing is more fearsome than the unknown. The people who knew about them. Were they terrified? Did they huddle in their beds every night, unable to sleep, thinking that they could be next? Did it stroke your ego, knowing that the one who held their fate in his hands was you? Or were those killings also at the discretion of your employer? Were there further connections that the police simply could not deduce? Was that also a primeval commission? Ryota grits his teeth and digs his fingers into the nearest desk, but he doesn't say a word. Then I'm right. I'm right. About everything. Here you are, the fearsome Cerberus, yet you are bound to a pathetic little leash. Caught up in corporate politics at that, where there's nothing but bigwigs bickering like toddlers. What exactly do you need so badly? I can't imagine you'd be craving love or friendship. Give me a quick reminder. What else can money not buy? Respect. Naturally good looks. Peace of mind. Or say, an honest politician. Motives, Ryota. Motives are interesting things, aren't they? Everybody likes to think that their motive is special and unique. But in the end, they're all the same. Money, love, power. Which of those apply to you? Or do you still think that you're all that special? That you're something more than an empty little puppet dancing from the strings of someone's fingers? What a sick existence. What an agonizing, wonderfully meaningless existence. Yama, stop it! This is not winning. Rui's voice shocks me out of character, like a fish suddenly pulled out of water. I stand idly for a moment, my mind blank. Not winning. Of course. I wanted to win over Ryota. I wanted it so bad that I even became Ryota and let myself stay as him, even though I despise him more than I've ever despised anyone. But even that isn't winning. That's just losing. Because to become Ryota would just be to win the battle and lose the war. I'm already inflicting injury on innocent students with a metal pipe, just like Ryota would, if I'd lost my own mind. Cute display, kid. Real cute. He's smiling assuredly. Already recovered. His voice is calm, but I catch a note of tension that wasn't there before. I get the impression that I made a terrible mistake, and if I had proceeded, well, he would have snapped. What would happen if he snapped? Would we all look like those two students bound to their chairs, broken, helpless, pleading for death? I shouldn't have tried. But what else should I have done? Just gone along with the status quo? Would that have resulted in anything different? No, what's interesting? You're still missing something, aren't you? You think you've read the whole book. You think you know how it ends. You think you know the whole pattern. But you're still blind. You see out one eye, boy, but not the other. Missing. Part of the pattern? I don't understand. Think harder, boy. So, the sequence of deaths have to do with Yakuko. So what? So, what? The broken gear in the back of my mind slowly begins to turn forward. Right. All the deaths revolve around Yahiko. Specifically, over time. Those deaths would have gotten closer and closer to their epicenter, almost like a whirlpool sucking in its surroundings. Closer to Yahiko. Within the school, the closest people to Yahiko, are me, Rui, and Masato. The inseparable gang that hangs out together, day in, day out, flailing through life with a bunch of rambunctious high school shenanigans. Of course. That was why he'd instantly picked up the phone. That was why he'd been prepared for my call. That was why he kidnapped Rui. Because we were already the next ones on his list. No. Oh, that was quick. Congratulations. To be honest, boy, the Kurogane boy should be here too. But guess what? He goes to bed too early, out like a light, doesn't answer his phone. I haven't prepared my whole excuse and everything. I suddenly feel so very tired, weighed down. My intellect is fraying away. I can feel my sanity bleeding out of my body. Just let it end. It was all planned from the very beginning. I can't keep holding out. I can't prolong this misery. I tried to one-up Ryota. I only end up in a worse state than before. If that trend continues, my eyes drift aimlessly to the ground. The pipe swang limply between my fingers. Blood. Dripping quietly from the chairs. A small amount, terrifyingly small amount, given how much damage we inflicted. How much internal bleeding must there be? How much pain? Now I know Ryota's motive in history. So what? I'm still an accomplice in manslaughter. Bit by bit, wiping out the opportunities in this girl's life. The dream of playing on the sports team. The dream of being a pianist. The dream of marrying a normal guy and having normal kids. Shamelessly and brutally striking those dreams from existence with no method of recovery. She's someone who actually has opportunities in life, and they're being taken away by someone else. Ah, the injustice of the world. Better be grateful that I'm a patient man. A lesser being would have peeled your forearm in layers for your insolence. The mental image pulses in front of my eyelids, and I stumble backward, nausea surging to my throat. That's right. I'm just a kid trying to fight a seasoned serial killer. What was I thinking? I used my hands and pushed them against the desk, shakily trying to prop myself up onto my feet. I only collapsed bonelessly to the ground, legs like gelatin. I can't continue this way. Not much longer. I see blood on the edge of my pipe in my hands. Blood that's not there. Blood that I know isn't there. But blood that still weeps down from the middle and coats my hands. All is silent save for the strangled sobs of 2 injured children. 2 dying siblings, side by side. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, guess it's my turn again. You know, I'm really giving you an advantage here by going first. Now you'll always be 1 hit ahead. Please, let's just stop. He ignores my faint whisper and steps forward, adjusting his grip on the pipe. The boy whimpers, incomprehensible words spilling out of his mouth. Sorry, kids, but the world doesn't listen to begging, and neither will I. He swings the pipe with vindictive justice, perhaps a payback for my insolence. I flinch instinctively this time, barely missing the point of impact. And then, a chair screeching against the ground, a piercing scream that rends the air, a light, sweet chuckle from the man who's lost his mind. As I force my eyes open, I catch an unfamiliar pungent smell. Vomit, dripping from the boy's mouth, pooling over the sides of his chair to the floor below. My stomach turns over. My grip rattles against the pipe. Oh, yes, this is life, children. The beauty of pain has no substitute. I step forward, forcing words out of my dry mouth. We need to stop. I can't handle this. Ryota swivels on me, the joy in his eyes immediately dissipating. We're just getting to the good part. You saying that you're going to forfeit? Quitters never prosper, boy. And you wonder why you've never prospered? I drop to my knees, harder than I intend. The shakiness of my limbs give my legs a solid blow against the ground. This is no longer an act. Groveling and showing vulnerability. It's not just another strategy anymore. I have no other way out, no other hope. Please, don't do this. Do what? I can't find the words, so I only sweep my hand around the room. Oh, all of this? The whole captivity thing? The game? The fun? I manage to nod. Then, will you lick my shoe? He stamps a foot in the puddle of the boy's vomit, shaking it teasingly at me. I don't make a move. I'm waiting. I open my mouth, fighting for words. Nothing comes. The vomit gleams on the sole of his shoe, mocking me. Rui makes an instinctive sound of distress, gripping her chair with whitened hands. I stare at the shoe, willing myself to lean forward. I don't move. You see, boy? You're not ready to really beg. Why? Because you're still clinging to your pride, pathetic as it is. Some part of you believes you still have control over the situation. Some part of you believes that some miracle will bail you out. If you were really ready to beg, if you really threw your pride away, you wouldn't be aiming for the limbs, no? When you hold that pipe, you would be aiming right at the skull. That is your only hope right now. The only hope of all of you. Death. But sadly for you, I don't like to rush my executions. It's just such a waste. I shakily clamber to my feet, weighing my arms on the table to pull myself up. Pride? Belief? Control over the situation? Do I really have any of those things? Maybe he's right. Maybe if I really was hopeless, I would have already crushed 2 skulls and resigned myself to a long, excruciating death. But here I stand, with the pipe, ready to hit again. Why? So, now that your little dramatic stint has ended, I believe it's time for your turn. He tilts his knife against the moonlight in Rui's direction, sending a fresh reminder of the stakes. I'm going to try stalling again. So, you don't like to rush. I know your little tricks, boy, and I'm not in the mood to entertain them. Jeez. I don't think I can stall. And I know attacking Ryota is not going to do anything. Oh, dear. I grip the pipe, arms shaking as I raise it over my shoulder. But aren't you stuck here forever? The fight, isn't it getting too tiring? Aren't you exhausted? You're not strong enough to face this. Thank you for the pat, Tech. You're not strong enough to face this. I shake my head and squeeze my eyes shut, trying to knock the voices out of my head. We can't do this, Yama. This is wrong. We can't. I swing the pipe. Ah! No. No. The pipe drops out of my shaking fingers. I lean heavily against the nearest desk. My knees too weak to support my weight. I can't do this. Oh, sure you can. You're doing great. Ryota lifts the pipe over the boy, whose face is coated in a mixture of sweat and tears, slicking his hair against his forehead. The boy's eyes slide to mine, begging silently, hating the day he was born. Ryota sends an icy smirk with a sheen of madness, reminding me of my earlier behavior. Payback, he seems to be saying. But I do nothing. Thanks for the lurk, Tech. The note is raw this time. Raw from the overused throat that's been screaming far more than it should. When it descends into silence, I can hear the breaths of the two students rattling in their lungs, shallow and anguished. Blood is starting to trickle from their mouths, slowly, down the corner of their jaw and dripping onto their pristine uniforms. Death would be a far better option. How much time has passed? It feels like days, stretched out and pushed against each other. Practically, I know that it can't be more than a few hours. The sun hasn't started rising yet. But holding out for this long, it only seems like delaying the inevitable. And in the meantime, harming innocents along the way. Why did it have to be you? Who? Be specific, boy. I wished it wasn't you. Shape up and tell me. Ambiguity helps no one. You shouldn't have been the killer, Ryota. He was supposed to help me. He was supposed to get me through school, through drama, through life. Not this. Never this. Do I stall? I thought that you were with us. Why? Do you feel betrayed? I thought, of all people, it wouldn't be you. Unfortunately, that is a fallacy in your own thinking. But why? Why you? You know nothing, boy. Quit dawdling. I raise the pipe, but my grip falters and my eyes turn to the girl. She no longer has hate in her gaze. She doesn't even have the slightest hint of anguish. Everything is just empty. I whisper it again, that trivial excuse that does nothing to help the situation. I'm sorry. This time, though, she responds, quietly, moving nothing but her mouth. I know. And I swing the pipe. The blow rebounds against my arms as the bone of her leg fractures beneath the hard metal. The resulting scream is just another repeat, another skip on a broken record player. I falter backward, the pipe rubbing my hands raw, reminding me that every bent lip, every cry of pain is all my own doing. No one held my arm. No one swung the pipe. Every blow was my choice. No one bears that blame but me. And I don't know if I can continue to hold on. There's no sign of sirens in the distance. No janitor making his rounds. Not even a student in sight. Just 4 teenagers and a serial killer with a knife. That and one pipe. One solid pipe in my hands. I could say that I don't know what to do. I could say that I'm helpless. But it would be far more accurate to say that I know exactly what to do. And I'm just too scared to do it. What? No begging this time? Why, I'm almost disappointed. He strikes the boy again. A brutal blow that crushes his fingers. The boy retches as he screeches, choking on his own vomit. The wet, crumpled cough that results in far more painful to hear than any scream. It's the sound of a human who's slowly dying. Stop it, please. Somehow. I step to the side of the girl, gripping the pipe so tightly that its rough patches begin to dig into my palms. I've gathered enough time. I've tried my best. The police aren't coming. In a situation where there should have been a way out, any way out, there is none. The only relief I can bring is by murdering as many of these students as I can. Murder. I've heard so many times that taking a life changes you, that once you get blood on your hands, you stop being human. Will that happen in this case? Killing this girl? Turning me into a monster? I don't know. I just know that there are 3 innocent students here, and if I don't do something, they'll be stuck in this never-ending cycle of agony. And it would have been better if they had just died earlier. It would have been better if I just killed them earlier. I don't want this. But is there any other choice? I just want everyone to be okay. Pick the stall option as many times as you can without reaching a bad end. This is what I have? Jeez. I feel like if I attack Ryota, I'm going to get that same ending. I can try it later. I can try this one later too. Oh man. I don't know what will happen. I got to learn a bit more of his motivations, but... Jeez. Well, at the top, but I falter. I stand stiffly, the pipe frozen in my hands. Should I just hit her without a killing blow and let the game continue? I can't kill her just to take the easy way out, but I don't think I can keep sustaining my sanity. It would be easy. Everything would be over. You don't need to bear this burden. This is what my mind is whispering to me, but I don't know whether to trust it or not. If I could see the ending, I would know. If we somehow ending up getting out of this, then wouldn't she be glad to be alive? Even with those injuries. At least she has a second chance at life. This pain, this suffering, it'll hurt and it'll scar, but maybe she could find her dream career. Or marry a wonderful husband, something that just makes living worthwhile. But if we won't get out of this, if the only thing that's in store for us is an agonizing death, against which we're fighting in futility, it would have been better if I had just killed her in the very first stroke. How can I make that judgment? How can I possibly predict that burden? Can I really choose to end someone's life with my own hands? I can't see the ending. I don't understand fate. I wish I could know the answer. But there's nothing for me. No one can see the future. If you dawdle any longer, kid, Rui gets the short end of the stick. Or the pipe. However you prefer to say it. No more time. No more chances. I've held out as long as I could. I raised the pipe over my head, aiming it directly in line with this girl's skull. She smiles tremulously in understanding and closes her eyes. Acceptance? Perhaps even gratitude. Because somehow we've landed in a situation where a quick death is merciful. What if I had been faster? What if I had been smarter? If I had caught Ryota before today, none of this would have ever happened. Why did I sit still in one place and allow this to happen? My arms shake as I will them to descend. I can't hesitate. I need to strike decisively. If I don't, the result will be only unconsciousness and a splitting headache, and no clean death. This girl doesn't deserve to wake up again in this nightmare. No one does. And with that, I guess it's time to become a murderer. I raised the pipe even higher, counting softly in my head. 3. I'm sorry it wasn't enough. 2. I'm sorry you had to face this. 1. Then, from outside the windows, light blasts into the classroom, followed by shrill overtones of a megaphone. Jiro Ryota, stand down. You are surrounded. Release the students or we will shoot you. Am I hearing things? Is my mind so desperate for reprieve that it's throwing up whatever it can to stop my pipe? My eyes instinctively search out Rui's. Her expression is a mess. Horror mixed with sorrow mixed with relief. It's real then. Shigura came. No, wait. It's not over. We're still in this room with Ryota. 2 students are still in a very dangerous position where they might lose their lives. I glance at Ryota. He's frozen in shock. His hands automatically patting down his pockets, searching for his phone. The phone that I'd smashed to pieces with the metal pipe. It just solidifies my suspicions. He would have been notified if I hadn't managed to break that phone. While Ryota's still in shock, we have to run. Now. He'll chase us. He won't be able to stop himself from chasing us. I lock eyes with Rui, then jerk my head to the door. Thankfully, Ryota is still transfixed on the scene outside, mouth agape in disbelief. Rui quietly slides from her desk and sidles along the wall. Painful inch by painful inch, she comes closer. Hey! I immediately seize her hand, and we tear off, running as fast as we can on shaky legs. We don't spare any words. We only shoot up the stairs, breaking onto the rooftop. The smart thing for Ryota to do would be staying right where he is, using the 2 remaining students as hostages to secure his escape. But he won't do that. He'll chase after us, furious, bowling everything out of his way to reach us in time. So at this moment, the best thing we can do is run. The air is bitingly cold. It blasts at our faces, and I lead Rui to the edge without a break in stride. See the line that goes through this row of pots? Jump over the edge there. What? Jump! To her credit, she does, leaping over the low railing of the rooftop and plummeting to the ground below. Except, it's not the ground, but the school pool. The pool over which Yahiko, Masato, and I had stood last year with umbrellas in hand, testing to see if we can somehow fly with them. I had hated Yahiko for weeks after that moment. I never thought I would be grateful to have joined them. Rui lands safely with a splash and scrambles to the side as fast as she can. I force myself to wait for a few agonizing moments for her to swim out of the way, then vault over the edge and... oh no you don't! An overpowering hand snatches my collar and yanks me back, crushing my windpipe against my jacket. I'm slammed against the ground of the rooftop, flat on my back. Ryota stands over me, knife loosely handled between his fingers, toying with the edge of my collar with the tip of his blade. His entire face is saturated in a terrifying mix of fury and ecstasy, something that sends chills down my spine. Cute. Really, boy, that was quite cute. He lifts me up and presses me against the railing, setting the flat of his blade against my cheek. No, it can't end this way. What a good-hearted soul, ensuring the escape of Rui before you jumped. Someone like you needs a reward. He abruptly turns the knife until the edge rests lightly on my cheekbone. I flinch instinctively, which only broadens his grin. If you want to beg, boy, now would be the time to do it. Like a rat sprinting through the maze, searching for its only chance at my exiting, my mind races for a solution. Something. Anything. No, nothing. Wait. Do you not wish to play a bigger role in society than an inconsequential pawn in this game of life? Or will you restrict yourself to the confines of your own abilities, just because of her? My one last chance is this, being vaguely specific. I look Ryota square in the eye, willing my voice to be steady with every last bit of my strength. She was disappointed in you, wasn't she? The result is immediate. Ryota's grin drops, and the grip on his knife loosens, just slightly. His eyes turn completely blank, unseeing. I know for certain that in his mind, he's recalling a dark moment, a terrifying memory, something locked away that he'd never let himself know, let alone a stranger. Remembering tears of regret, a whispered phrase, words that have haunted nightmares every day since they were uttered. I don't allow myself to dwell on the thought. Before I get a grasp on what I'm doing, I'm already seizing the handle of Ryota's knife and turning the blade, shoving it with more force than I'd ever exerted in my life, driving the tip right through his abdomen. His body jerks like a rag doll, but not a word passes his lips. The only sound I hear is the squelch of tissue and organs against metal. For a moment, there's silence, broken only by the distant flare of police sirens. His grip loosens and his weight falls on my shoulder, driving my arm painfully against the railing. A ragged whisper drifts to my ears. Such is our lot, Yama Ishimoto. We are a disappointment. Then, with sudden strength, he grips my shoulders and tumbles over the railing, pulling me with him. My stomach lurches at the terrifying grasp of gravity as we plummet to the school pool below, falling from the school roof, seized by a serial killer. This is what my existence has been. One struggle for life after another, a constant misstep, a wandering in the wrong direction. Now left with 2 innocent teenagers, broken and bleeding, their minds irreparable, even if their bodies are not. A man, once intelligent, once admirable, now driven mad, a knife fixed in his stomach. A clean and polished school, ruined forever by a legacy of violence. And who knows how many lives shattered. The air tears at my face and clothes, screaming past my ears. Ryoto's blood flies from his wound, coating the front of my jacket. Ah, that's right. I stabbed someone. We crashed into the pool with stinging force. Tendrils of blood dispersed into the chlorinated water like a spider silk. What the hell? Ryota's iron grip on my shoulders loosens at the impact. Bubbles gurgle from his lips, brushing past my face as they plop to the first surface. I'm no longer holding the knife, but I still feel the form and weight of its handle between my fingers. This is what I've done. For a moment, I let myself drift in the freezing water. There's no point in swimming up to the surface, really. Wouldn't it just be easier to just drift away? Come back up to the world, and I'll face a long hospital trip, a court case, catching up on essays about second-wave world civilizations and worksheets on deriving trigonometric theorems. Take the exams, go to some university, major in something or another, get a white-collar job, marry, have kids, and die. All this after trashing another human being system to a pulp. Someone who might not recover physically, and who will never recover emotionally. Is there even a point? Existential nihilism. The belief that there's no meaning, no value, nothing to life. I vaguely remember being terrified of the notion when I first heard about it in class. Most students just laughed it off. How stupid. How depressing. Life has no purpose. Whoever made that up has issues. But it was too close to me. Living a life of homework, keeping my head down, going through each day, wondering where I was and what I was doing. Maybe I've been trying too hard to find meaning where there is none. Maybe I've been desperately grasping for straws to find some kind of significance in an inconsequential existence. From a strictly technical point of view, this is not the time to be thinking philosophical thoughts. Being at the bottom of a pool, just an arm's reach away from a serial killer, probably with only 30 seconds left before I run out of breath and start drowning. Any sensible person would leave the Socrates session for another day and wait until all basic needs are met first. Guess I'm not as sensible as I thought. Either that, or I can't bring myself to be. You can lead a student to air, but you can't make him breathe. That's how the saying should go. Maybe. I should just sleep. I suddenly feel so tired. I think I've been here before. That's right. This is a familiar road. There's a sign at an intersection, I think. It's rickety and rusted, worn from use. There's no words on it. Just 2 arrows. One pointing forward, one pointing backward. I'd just like to stay here. A fork in the road. Such a dangerous thing. Left, right. a one-time decision. And if it turns out that you run into an obstacle, you'll find yourself wishing that you made the other choice. Then, don't you start overthinking everything? What if I'd taken the other road? What if the other road was worse? What if there was another road? If only I'd looked harder. What if I hadn't taken a road at all? What if I'd gone backwards? Two roads diverged in the wood, and I took the one less traveled by. And that has made all the difference. A poem written by Robert Frost, originally intended to be a simple teasing joke, a hint of playful satire at indecision. But people saw it as something else. Even though they weren't poets, they started adding their own kinds of verses to the composition. Independence, individualism, science, discovery, curiosity, free will, and the human condition. Poor Robert Frost. Suddenly, he had written an entirely different poem, even without touching his pen. Two roads diverged in the wood, and I took. Heavily medicated, Doctor. Anytime he's coherent, he thrashes around. We have to sedate him every time. How long? 2 weeks. The record? Here, sir. I assume that when he screams for her, he's referring to the other patient? We think so, sir, but he's still recovering with therapy. We haven't been able to get her in here. What's her progress? She started speaking again after her parents came with the photo album. We're also hoping that the daily fresh air will help her walk. And how about her arm? Psychosomatic, like her legs. We'll be monitoring it over therapy. Good. She'll likely be our fastest ticket to his recovery. But it might be a while before Miss Hayata is able to. Rui? Ah, Mr. Yoshimoto, are you awake? Can you see me? Rui? Mr. Yoshimoto, can you tell me? Where's Rui? Where did you take her? She's supposed to be here, safe. Hold him down. Show me Rui, my own two eyes. Diazepam. Give her back. Give her... I'm not sure what that... Is that supposed to be a medical term? What is that? Here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head. Chip, chop, the last man's dead. Sometimes I really wonder about children's nursery rhymes. Why do we let young kids listen to such twisted ideologies? Children aren't supposed to deal with that kind of stuff. They're supposed to be innocent. Supposed to be innocent. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and... My world suddenly feels warm. What is that? Why is that happening? I suddenly get the impression that I'm awake. I think someone's holding my hand. The tips of my fingers feel warm, like they're being cradled in a loving palm. Everything else is blinding light that drills into the back of my eyes. Home. Home is here. Home. Finally got to visit you. Rui! I'm sorry for the wait. I had to go through therapy to start talking again. I know that the whole thing is over, thanks to you. But whenever I close my eyes, well, I guess I'm really thankful that the doctors could help me. I just hope that will be the same for you. Well, I'll let you rest up. You'll need a lot of it. Oh, and this old thing? Doctors say I'll be out of it in a week. It's apparently all in my head. Honestly, though, a wheelchair's not all that bad. I kind of feel like royalty. You know how they had those, what are they called, sedans? They got carried around all the time? I guess this feels like that. Oh, and Yama? I love laughing at your grades. So hurry up and get well, dummy. Even after all that, I dream a little longer. My dreams are softer now, a little more delicate, like lace instead of sandpaper. Family picture. His mom looks like Misaki. I see a young kid grasping the hand of his older sister. In another world, that kid grows up to be more confident, more assured. He learns how to deal with bullies so that he won't bother his sister. He learns how to study hard and make friends and play soccer like all the other boys his age. He doesn't withdraw, lost in his room. He doesn't keep to himself on the playground. He is a happy young boy who turns into a happy teenager. He goes to the prestigious middle school of the area, the academy, to follow in his sister's footsteps. Because his family never left the city. His family never fled to a suburban little town 3 hours away from Isamu. His family stayed, because in this other world, there was never an event that had to do with a bus, a blizzard, a loose thread, a frozen river. So the young boy also stayed. Maybe he meets a lively orange-haired girl at this middle school. Maybe he befriends her, because she is lovable and bright and impossible to dislike. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe he falls in with a different crowd. A sea of faces that play soccer and grab ramen on snowy days, and study in the library when it's raining. Either way, he flourishes, loves his life, maybe dates once or twice. He studies hard for the college entrance exams, and he passes with flying colors in this other world. He makes it into the university of his dreams. He studies something that he loves. Graduates, finds a girl, gets married. Maybe she has orange hair, maybe she doesn't. He finds a job, good job, has kids, smiles like an idiot when his daughter wraps her fingers around his pinky. He'll name her after his sister, the one who's alive and well, who married a decent guy and had kids of her own. Then that boy, who turned into a teenager, who turned into a man, will wake up one day and he'll be happy. He'll be whole and he'll be wondering if this was all there was to life. My eyes peel open, sluggishly, like they haven't done so for a decade. My muscles feel weak and lifeless, spindled slugs on the sidewalk. My throat's dry, and my head is smarting. So, looks like I'm in the hospital. I notice that a nurse is at my bedside, fiddling with the IV drip on the table. She seems tired. Drawn eyes, tight frown. I clear my throat to get her attention. Excuse me. The words eject in a queasy croak. The nurse jumps at the raw noise, but relaxes when she notices me. Oh, wonderful, you're awake. Her voice is chipper, but I notice how she eyes me with caution, like I'll lunge out of bed and strangle her if she makes any sudden move. Do you remember your name? Yama Ishimoto. Good. Do you remember how you got here? By ambulance, I'd assume. I wheeze in dry laughter. Everything seems funny. The nurse eyes me for a minute, then presses the intercom. Doctor, the patient's awake. Can you speak with him? They give me a basic physical exam, followed by a psychological inventory. I give all the answers I think are correct and expect an imminent release. I'm ready to get back to my life. Instead, they take me to a room with a plush couch and a contemporary lamp, where a man sits in an armchair and tries to get me to talk about my life. Therapy. I've been through it too many times. It's gotten quite old over the years. I'm so familiar with the proceedings that I've resigned myself to playing mind games with the therapist. Can I predict before he has? Can I redirect his questions? But it's not such a smooth and humorous process. Therapy makes me recall everything. Breaking limbs with the pipe, with my own 2 hands. Driving myself insane. Stabbing someone in the gut. During the first session, I blacked out. They tell me later that I crumpled into a ball and refused to respond to anything until Rui came. Rui is now out of her wheelchair. You've been in the hospital for 2 months, she said. Rui holds my hand in the next session. I squeeze it until I'm afraid that I'll snap her fingers, just like I snapped those bones. She whispers, "You're innocent, don't you worry. It was all Ryota's fault. You're a victim." I still feel blood on my hands whenever the sessions are over. I go to the bathroom to wash my hands. Once, twice, 5 times over. It still runs slick and steady over my wrists and into my forearms when I exit the bathroom. I stop speaking for a few days. There's nothing to talk about. I have too many sounds to remember. Too much cacophony thrumming in the space between my ears. Rui sits by me, feeds me when I have no strength to lift the spoon, pulls the covers up to my chin like my mom should have done. She tells me stories, a princess and a knight, a detective and a bar singer, a celebrity and an unfortunate grocer. Some days, I just sit and hold her hand, watching her eyes dance as she paints imaginary canvases with her words. Speaking so much tires her out quickly. Sometimes, she nods off in the middle of a sentence, so I lean her head on my shoulder and listen to the even rhythm of her breath. It's softer than the discord in my brain. Sometimes, it lulls me to sleep too. Then comes a session where I remember everything, every last bit, and I lose consciousness again. They say they found me standing on the hospital rooftop, leaning against a banister with my arms spread wide, as if I was welcoming the city into a warm embrace. They instantly rushed me down, terrified that I'd try to kill myself. "Calm down," I said. My smile was distant. I was just enjoying the view. They didn't believe me. So I'm confined to my room for a while. No one is allowed to see me except Rui, not even my own parents. They say it's because I didn't react well to their presence when I was delirious. So, like the beast with its beauty, I'm holed up in the hospital room, counting the days until I can pass the psychology inventory. Rui brings gifts from the others, envelopes and gift wrap boxes, and overly large bags that could have only been funded by Yahiko's purse. They're nice, and the thought is touching. But I tell Rui to return them all. I plan on staying here, keeping the blood on my hands in one room. Rui cries every time, a heartbreaking, frustrated kind of crying, as she punches me in the shoulder and yells that it's not my fault, it's Ryota's. Why can't I get it through my head? But even if my brain agrees, my hands remember the scratchiness of the pipe, the vibration of each terrible impact, the oozing, sinking feeling of a knife sinking into flesh. So, I can only kiss her on the forehead and thank her for staying with me. She doesn't blush. She doesn't even look remotely embarrassed. In fact, I think that the gesture only makes her angrier. "We're gonna make you well, Yama," she screams this out the window, like some kind of oath. "You're gonna be just fine." I attend more sessions, stay isolated from family and friends. My parents pay for the sessions, but I see nothing more of them. Legally, they are allowed to see me, but they don't insist. They probably don't really want to see me anyway. They haven't for years. More days slip by. I wonder if our friends have moved on with their lives. Gone back to school, prepared for the university exams, started dating. When I start speaking again, I ask Rui how long we've been at the hospital. 2 months and 2 weeks, she says. Is that it? It feels so much longer. I continue sessions, go for walks, eat hospital food. I think I'm starting to heal, because the world feels a little less empty with each passing day. It's not my fault. I decide to say this to the mirror every morning, even if I don't believe it. Maybe, if I say it enough, maybe if I raise my chin and put my hands on my hips, maybe if I act like I believe it, then I'll believe it. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I stare into my reflection, meaningless words pouring from my lips. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the most broken of them all? It seems to whisper back. Broken you may be, young man, but I see one broken more still. Someone with nothing but blood in his eyes and no person to love. Someone who fell into darkness until one day, to ease his pain, he had suddenly become a serial killer. Mirror, mirror, couldn't I have become that man myself? In another world, a boy, damaged by an accident, growing up alone and reserved, with nothing but the shadows of his constant companion. That boy could grow into a twisted teenager, who could grow into a twisted man. But I think I understand. None of that happened. What more do I need to worry about? Maybe I disfigured an innocent student. Maybe I stabbed a human being. Maybe I took part in a nightmare that never should have been dreamt. But in this world, in these circumstances, I'm not a twisted, lonely little boy. I grew up showered with love, surrounded by friends, given an ordinary school life. And me standing here and now wouldn't voluntarily lift a pipe or a knife to hurt someone without purpose, because I'm not anyone else. Eventually, I stopped talking to my reflection. I stopped washing my hands every half hour. I feel at peace, I think. At the very least, I stopped blacking out. Rui says that it's been 3 months since our hospitalization. Isamu is now deep in the hold of summer with a blazing July sun and humid forest wind. School is probably back in session. It doesn't stop us from receiving gifts, cards, letters, and candy. Rui gets swamped by them, of course. Surprisingly, even I receive a few. This time, I've returned them for a different reason. Not because I plan on cutting off outer contact, but because I plan on seeing them in person. The both of us go through more psychology tests. This time, they seem happier with our responses, because they finally opened the doors. I don't expect visitors, to be honest. Although I'm no longer bedridden after taking walks around the hospital wing, I expect that the others have gone on with their lives. 3 months is a long time in the hurried pace of a student. But to my surprise, the moment that the hospital lifts my quarantine, 2 figures race into the room in a blur. I didn't realize that I only saw, 2 other endings, and there's still so much that this ending has to go. I'm running out of time. I think I actually have to wait for this for next week. Oh dear. I thought I would be ending this today. Apparently not. I don't know how much more of the game there is. But to my surprise, the moment that the hospital lifts my quarantine, 2 figures race into the room in the blur. There is a bit more. I can finish. Oh, there's just a bit more. I can finish it. Okay. Minion. It's Yahiko and Masato, dressed in their school uniforms. They're practically bursting with energy. For some reason, seeing them brings tears to my eyes. Embarrassed, I turn away. Dude, these past few months have felt like forever. I can't believe that this happened. I can still remember. You didn't come to school the other day, and no one knew where you were, and Rui wasn't talking about you. And suddenly, no one could find Rui, and no one can find you, and a hint of his mask comes crumbling down. For the first time, I see Yahiko's face twist in true pain. I was thinking that you guys would be gone, just like Haru, Shoji, Akane. He grits his teeth, shuddering. All I can do is awkwardly pat him on the shoulder. I'd always known that each of Mr. Ryota's victims were connected to Yahiko. But for some reason, I'd never actually considered what that did to Yahiko. It's amazing, really. How could Yahiko even stay standing? How could he still smile, still laugh, even as people he knew were dying? I always thought of him as kind of weak, and more than kind of stupid, but it looks like he was actually stronger than any of us. He was even right there at the scene of Shoji's death. Saw him die with his own eyes. At the time, the scene looked suspicious. But now that I think about it, wasn't Yahiko just trying to prevent a suicide? Wasn't that why I had found Shoji in the river? I almost want to ask about it. But something tells me Yahiko's had enough. Well, I'm okay, apparently. Yahiko stills, his mouth turning up into a forced smile. Yeah, I guess so. But still, I didn't do anything. What could you do? You didn't even know where we were. Yahiko's eyes shift to the side and clears his throat. Masato's eyebrow tightens slightly, but he says nothing. Actually, Shigure called us. What? Well, I mean, technically, I guess it was after the fact, but still. We needed to know why you were hospitalized, so we just kind of piled on a bunch of questions. She explained everything. The cases, your investigation. She said we deserved to know. Shigure told them? Why would Shigure tell them? It simply doesn't make sense. At the very least, she would be wasting her time. Beyond that, she'd be spilling confidential info with no clear purpose. So, well, we told Akira and Misaki, since Akira is the best friend of Rui and Misaki, knows you both. And Elizabeth ended up overhearing, and apparently Shigure had told Airi. We visited you a few times, but you were either knocked out, or you started thrashing around. And then they kicked us out entirely. So that's why they stayed so worried. That's why they were so persistent with the gifts. I guess it's not every day that one of your friends tries to fight a serial killer. A smile of gratitude tugs at my lips and I feel a little warmer inside. They really cared a lot for us, didn't they? Thanks, Yahiko. Yahiko only nods mutely. I glance at Masato, only to find that he's still stewing. Come to think of it, he hasn't said a word. Masato? Damn it! Yahiko and I jump at Masato's sudden explanation. I'm a shacking full dumber. The fullest dummery dumber. What? He quiets slightly, speaking through gritted teeth. I was stupid blind. I didn't see nothing but myself. I'm really sorry, man. Wait, where's this coming from? Honestly, I'm just surprised to see him here. I wasn't fair to you, man. I was throwing a tantrum like Lil Habiki. Saying all those words, not listening to you. It was something only a shackenful dumber would do. Should have asked what was going on instead of assuming everything. Oh. His apology catches me off guard. Well, thanks, but he was right. Just after he told me to be nice to Rui, I treated her like trash. Maybe he could sense it coming. Maybe he saw something was wrong with me. Wait. Now that I'm paying more attention, I notice Masato's hair is damp. Not only that, but there's the faintest smell of chlorine? Masato, were you just swimming? Huh? Well, yeah, I guess. Technically it's summer, and technically it's pretty normally swimming, but something churns slowly in my brain. Disused, but still keen. Well, you know all you talk about is track. Yama's probably tired of hearing it by now. But I don't just run. I can swim too, and do basketball. Masato can swim. In fact, he can swim well. Masato's incredibly athletic. And the last person who I'd spoken to before I'd seen Shoji drowning in that river, before I had almost drowned, had been Masato. He could have easily hauled Shoji and me to shore, even if we were both hopeless at swimming. Odd, it was 3 months ago, but each memory feels as vivid as yesterday. Vibrant, full of life. Guess I should seize the moment. Did you save us? Save who now? Me and Shoji from drowning 3 months ago? Oh. That's definitely a yes. It's not like he'd forget saving 2 people from drowning, even if it was 3 months ago. Wait, you guys almost drowned? Oh, well, we didn't, thanks to Masato. Yahiko's face twists for a moment, and for one terrible second, I think he's about to cry. And then... Did you see a mermaid? Now, my good minion, it is a very important question you must answer. There was a mermaid, wasn't there? Beautiful long hair and a voice that sounds like a really nice voice.
Water would be nice.
Thank you for the hydrate. I'm trying to get through this. I really hope I have enough time. Beautiful, with long hair and a voice that sounds like a really nice voice. To answer or not to answer? Why not? Oh, she sung just like you. Really? She must have been amazing. It was definitely worthy of awe. I knew it. The hell are you saying, Yama? There was no mermaid. What? This over-dramatic gasp is punctuated with a very long silence. And then Masato snorts. I chuckle. Yahiko giggles. And pretty soon, the 3 of us are collapsed on the ground, rolling with uncontrollable laughter. My sides ache and my chest heaves, and every possible muscle and every possible limb is protesting with sore ache. But it feels good, like the stress is just melting out of my body. Finally, we pick ourselves up, brushing at our eyes. Good to see you're still with us, man. Might want to take a rest, because there's a lot of people waiting to talk to you. You're almost as famous as I am. Wait, what? Later, man. Rest up, good minion. I'm putting you to work the moment you recover. Wait, what do you mean that I'm... But they've already skipped out of the room, leaving me completely bewildered. I wait for another visitor, but my door doesn't open again. Maybe people are coming later? It would be nice. After talking with Masato and Yahiko, everything feels normal. Kind of like the world, after being knocked off course, has found its bearings again. On your feet, soldier. Yeah! I startle out of my beauty sleep to find that Akira, Irie, and Elizabeth are seated in the chairs next to my bed. For a moment, my groggy mind scrambles to piece together reality. Right, hospital. They must be visiting me. Oh, hey, it actually worked. But he seems a bit disoriented. Well, we can't simply have that, can we? Sick him, Irie. Or don't. Elizabeth clears her throat and arcs an eyebrow in my direction. So, Yama Ishimoto. So, Elizabeth Oshiro. She suddenly lurches to her feet, glaring darkly at me. I want to know what the bloody hell you were thinking when you decided to do something so barmy. Going to face a known serial killer? Alone? Unarmed? What were you planning to do? Sneeze on him? Her chiding catches me off guard, but it doesn't grate on my nerves. It actually seems caring in the weirdest way. It is unavoidable. Yama is the protagonist. Precisely. It's exactly something that, say, the main character of a novel would do. Well, this isn't a bloody novel. Correct. It's a visual novel. You know what? I'm not even going to ask. Yeah, that one's beyond me. I relax against my pillows. The energetic presence lights up the room. I didn't realize how much I missed just being an ordinary kid, hanging out with his friends and getting ready for university until now. Right. Ordinary life. Friends. I can just talk about the normal stuff. Stupid stuff. I clear my throat awkwardly, struggling for words. So, how's school been? Wait, you're asking about school? Who are you and what have you done with Yama Ishimoto? Well, it's a welcome break from thinking about serial killers. You speak truth. She turns to Elizabeth, as if deferring to authority. Elizabeth smiles appreciatively. Well, the Academy's been fighting it off as long as possible, but they were finally forced to shut down. Just today, actually. The public scandal was too much for them to bribe off, apparently. The police are currently conducting an investigation to see how deep this murder scheme goes, and why it seems to center on Yahiko Ikari. Before I can stop it, my brain automatically kicks back into investigation mode. Have they found anything yet? Unfortunately, no. It's unusual. Actually, how clean and tidy these killings are. There's no ties to any faculty, no apparent motive, no links to any accomplices, and Mr. Ryota had gone off his trolley from the moment he'd been apprehended. Nothing he says makes any sense. I briefly recall a discussion about Aztec gods and blood rituals. It seems so far away. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But why could he mask his insanity so well while he was a dorm manager? It was practically a personality change. Hey, Elizabeth, Yama's supposed to be resting from that. It's fine, Akira. This is important stuff. Nope, you need to rest. Rui's orders. I can rest as much as I want later. Isn't the academy closed? Actually, there's an interesting story behind that, too. Akira expels an exaggerated sigh, but I'm already honed in on Elizabeth's words. What do you mean? Don't you find it odd that there's no reporters hovering around? That you haven't received a single request for an interview? Maybe I'm not cute enough. Oh, for the love of... They haven't been around Rui's room either. But once you put it that way, it's definitely suspicious. I would have thought that this kind of juicy scandal would draw reporters like Carry-On Birds to a corpse. So there's no news coverage? They covered Mr. Ryota's killing spree and arrest, but there's nothing on the closure of the academy. It's as if the national news network is simply ignoring the fact it all happened at the school. Wait, what? But the job of the news is to inform the people. One would hope, but in this case, it's not a peep from them. Sober silence falls in the room. No news for closing the academy? Come to think of it, the NNN used to cover murders extensively, but I haven't seen much of them recently. Or maybe that's just because I don't watch the news much. Well, we should be going. You need to rest up. She reaches out a hand to pat me on the shoulder, but suddenly withdraws it, looking away. Bye. She quickly runs out the room. Elizabeth snorts, but her features eventually soften to, dare I say, admiration. Rescuing Rui was an admirable feat, Yama Ishimoto. Utterly batty, perhaps, but admirable. With these parting words, she turns one heel and strides away. Irie is the only one left. Her gaze fixes on me, almost like she's examining an alien. What is it? You seem uncomfortable. Actually, this bed's really nice. Not that kind of uncomfortable. I wait for her to elaborate, but she doesn't say anything more. She only slips back to her chair. I can sing. Singing can help you sleep. Oh, thanks. Something about the weight of her words make me think that this is more of an offer to sing. It's more of an expression of trust. I'd like that. Irie smiles the teensiest bit, then closes her eyes. The intricate melody that spills from her lips practically eases my muscles into butter. I'd forgotten how nice her voice sounded. It barely takes me any time before I slipped away from consciousness. I wake up on my own this time. I fully expect the room to be vacant, to be accompanied by the ticking of the clock, to be utterly silent, but instead, I'm greeted with the sight of a girl seated in the chair beside my bed. Wait, not girl, woman. Shigure? She doesn't even look up from... Is that a book she's reading? No, files. Long files, apparently. Ah, Ishimoto, you're awake. Or sleep-talking. Highly improbable. I smirked at that. Even Shigure seems to be smiling. So what brings you to my humble abode? Shouldn't you be working? Ryota has already been apprehended. I see no further need for my presence in the precinct. What, really? Shigure's eyebrow gives a barest twitch of irritation. Or is there more to the story? Like, maybe, I don't know, they officially considered the case closed, so you're no longer granted access to the investigation? Bullseye. That's kind of strange. Aren't you the reason why they managed to get Ryota in the first place? I expect her to explode in a fit of intricate insults, but instead she hunches over it as if a large weight is bearing down on her shoulders. There are unusual movements in Isamu Ishimoto. Something is stirring beneath the surface, something bigger than any of us could ever imagine. And I'm the chosen one, born to master the 5 elements and take down the ultimate evil of the world? Absolutely not. Then, maybe the shining sword of the chosen one? Oh please, at best you're a blunt arrow. Sharper than the average rock, but only just. Ouch. Can you give me back to Shigure from 3 months ago? I liked her better. I'm afraid she will never make another appearance. But when she snaps the files shut, her smirk softens to a genuine smile. It is good that you did not die, Ishimoto, although I am uncertain of its relevance. I told myself that as soon as you were coherent, I might relate my story to you. What's that supposed to mean? You may have noticed my certain unusual reaction to your phone call. I knew that you wouldn't have believed me. You never even needed me as your assistant in the first place. I wouldn't have believed you? But you didn't even try. I would have believed you, I would. If you just trusted me, if you just... now that you mention it. I'd never seen Shigure that emotional, not even when we ran into Natsuki. For time's sake, as well as the sake of your interest, I shall keep my tales short. Despite her confident start, she gives a marked pause before she continues. I get the feeling that she hasn't talked about her story very often. Somehow the idea makes me feel special. I was difficult to get along with in my youth. Only in your youth? I think automatically, but I keep my mouth shut. Most decided to keep their distance from me. As a method of coping, I kept to books. Hence her occasional bursts of ridiculous vocabulary, I guess. But for the most part, the majority of my peers were inane and superficial. Losing their acquaintanceship was no loss. However, one day, a boy approached me. The very traits that others hated so much about me, he found fascinating. He became my truest friend over time. I have few memories apart from him. We even decided to engage in matrimony as we studied in university. After all, of course, we found stable jobs. I finished my schooling within 2.5 years, at which point I began my detective agency. Wait, 2.5 years? That sounds crazy. She must have taken max units, enrolled in classes over interterm, studied without breaks. I dearly loved my field of study, and greatly looked forward to my field of work. Aside from the late nights, it was of no difficulty. Somehow, I find that hard to believe. At any rate, one of my first cases was worked in conjunction with the police. There was a particularly vicious triple murder, closely related to the family of my betrothed. He put forward a suspect. I believe his mind to be clouded by emotion and disregarded it. So, he left and found another detective. I winced at the idea. That must have really hurt her pride. Shigure notices my reaction and raises an eyebrow. It was a sore betrayal, Ishimoto. My pride was not the only aspect that was in pain. It may be akin to Rui losing trust in you, even though you thought that she, of all people, would continue to support you. Just the thought sends me reeling. I quickly decide not to consider it again. The suspect that my betrothed put forward was eventually, as I suspected, found to be innocent. Except, no sooner after receiving his verdict, the allegedly innocent man tracked my betrothed's residence and... She pauses. The edges of her expression crumple, but she holds strong. There was another murder that day, one I could not handle. Oh. All I wished for was to take back my actions. I wished that he had believed in me, and that I had believed in him. So when I had run around by myself, and I had planned on facing Ryota by my own initiative, no wonder she was so panicked. A repeat in history. A sickening time loop. Shigure doesn't deserve that. Thank you for telling me. She only shrugs wordlessly. It may help your resolve when it comes to Rui. Learn from my mistakes, Ishimoto. This is my gravest instruction. What do you mean? What does it have to do with Rui? Leave no regrets. That's all I mean. No regrets? Is she telling me to start dating Rui, just like everyone else? The thought seems odd, kind of trivial. Maybe the past 3 months contribute to that. Shigure notes my uneasy expression and stands to her feet somewhat abruptly. Regardless, There are other matters I must see to, but you have earned a well-deserved rest, as well as this. She extends a flat white envelope to me, stamped with pay stub? Wait, what's this? Your pay. I dare say it's deserved. But you never said you'd pay me. I mentioned it multiple times, actually. You simply did not listen. She pushed the envelope into my hands. My fingers numbly accepted it. Oh, wow, thanks. It's unexpectedly generous of her. Farewell, Ishimoto. Rest up. She whisks out of the room, leaving me with the envelope. Well, I never thought that she'd actually pay me. She didn't seem like the type. Hesitantly, I tear the envelope open and unfold the sheet of paper inside. It's an official-looking invoice with 3 printed lines, accompanied by a scribbled note. Income, 100,000 yen. Theme park tickets, minus 110,000 yen. Debt, 10,000 yen. However, as my magnanimity knows no bounds, I shall benignantly waive your debt. Ha ha. I totally should have seen this coming. Very well, Ishiyama. Let us depart. Really? And you're paying for everyone? Oh, yes, with your future wages. Oops. I should have known something was up the moment Shigure started complimenting me. Nevertheless, I'm chuckling to myself as I slip the pay stub back into the envelope. That's definitely more like Shigure. Still grinning, I settle back for some more sleep. I note with satisfaction that the heaviness of my limbs is much less substantial than before. I wake to a soft knock at the door. Someone actually knocked. Who would have thought? Come in. This time it's Misaki who slips through the door. She wordlessly walks to my side and embraces me. I stiffen awkwardly at her touch. Miki? I'm so glad you're okay, Yama. When I heard they were allowing visitors, I rushed here as soon as I could. I was starting to think I would never see you again. She drops off into silence for a moment. I feel her fingers clutch at my hospital gown. Yahiko and Masato told me about the investigation, about your involvement with the case. Yeah, sorry for not telling you. You didn't have to. I just wanted to say you did well, Yama. The simple words make my throat swell. Before I can respond, she releases me, settling in the chair nearest my bed. I immediately take note of the stress weighing on her features. She looks a lot more tired than I remember. Something wrong? It's just something about the case still worries me. Have you heard of the recent uproar and patter? Can't say that I have. Well, it seems the murders caused a political firestorm. People are angry at how the government handled the incident. Wait, why is the government getting backlash? Aren't the murders a local issue? Misaki shakes her head. After his re-election last week, Mayor Inori held a press conference. According to reports, Mr. Ryota was an immigrant. Not many are happy that a foreigner was able to murder innocent civilians within the borders, so the mayor blamed Japan's government for granting amnesty to undocumented workers to compensate for the financial crash in 2007. He even proposed for Isamu to break away from the country's incompetence by becoming an independent state. I can only remain in stunned silence at this revelation. Mayor Inori is using the murders as his political platform? With all of this attention revolving around Ryota, why is the Academy being excluded from the media? Do you know if they mentioned the Academy at all? They haven't. That's what worries me the most. It's almost as if... She trails off, seemingly lost in thought. As if what? As if someone were attempting to cover up the school's involvement. A cover-up? I know, it's a bit of a stretch, but listen to this. She retrieves her phone from her pocket. Remember how the Academy has quite a few sponsors? Isn't that why it's so prestigious? You know, career day and all. Exactly. So I figured, what if they were afraid of people knowing they were affiliated with the school who hired a murderer? Then how would they be able to censor the media? That, I still don't know. She says this dejectedly, sinking into her seat. Yama, yeah? Aren't you angry? Angry? At Mr. Ryota? At the media? At fate? You didn't deserve any of this. You've already gone through so much. And yet it happened anyway. She clenches her fist, an uncharacteristic shadow veiling across her face. Maybe she's right. Maybe I should be angrier. But all I feel right now is just relief. Everyone's safe. That's all that matters to me. I see. She expels a heavy sigh. Seeing her this distraught is a little unsettling.
To say the least, I guess these past few months haven't been easy on anyone, even Misaki. She should be fretting over entrance exams, or modeling stints, or social drama, not over her friends almost being murdered. This somber thought prompts me to ask her about school. Since the academy's closed, do you know where you'll be transferring? No. The shift in her eyes tells me she hasn't given it much thought. Have you been studying at least? Aren't there university entrance exams coming up soon? Who are you, my teacher? I'll take that as a no. School hasn't been my top priority lately. It never has been, to be honest. So you're not worried about getting into university? Not really. Now that I think about it, she never explicitly said she was planning to attend. So what are you going to do after high school? The words slip out of my mouth before I'm able to grasp what I just said. How ironic. I never expected I'd be the one to ask this question. I don't know. What about modeling? As much as I enjoy it, I don't think I'm fit for it. Why not? I thought you loved your job. I do, but... She averts her gaze, twirling her phone between her fingers. I went into the business for the wrong reasons. I thought it was an opportunity to experience something new, you know? I thought it would be easy. But it's not. I can't cope with the stress. I can't focus. I'm always irritable. Tell me, what company would want someone like that? Mickey, you're not... But it's true, Yama. You've seen it. I never really think these things through. I just don't know what to do anymore. As strange as it is, Misaki seems genuinely concerned. I take a moment to really consider her situation. The Misaki I know couldn't care less about failing. As long as she had fun doing what she wanted, that's all that mattered to her. If you really love being a model, then keep doing it. If you lose interest in that, you can always try something else. For a moment, Misaki's expression is unreadable. I'm afraid I've said something extremely cheesy, but she flashes me a bright smile. Wise words from an old man. But she's a year older than me. Thank you, Yama. Don't mention it. For some reason, the sincerity in her voice flusters me. Usually she's the one giving me these kinds of pep talks. I suppose I should let you rest. I still need to speak with Rui. I'm sure you'll be alright. Skojo, this is still going on for like another half hour, by the way. I really don't have that much more time. Am I actually getting to the end? Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Miki. Of course, rest well, Yama. After flashing one last smile, she strides out the door. It was surprising to see Misaki so anxious, but then again, it's only natural considering everything that's happening. The academy is being excluded from the media. The citizens are fed up with the government. Mayor Inori is calling for sovereignty. It seems change is imminent for Isamu. The fact that the murders have garnered so much attention on this scale still boggles my mind. Not wanting to dwell on it for too long, I forced my... Oh, there's ads right now? God damn it. I feel like there's a change of scene here. Like if I feel like that the conversation is going to keep going, I'm just going to save and quit. I didn't think that this would be so much. I thought the endings were going to be shorter than this. Well, and most of them were, but not this one. I don't know when the ads are done with. Let's see. I don't know. Are ads over? I don't want to wait too long. Ads, ads, ads. Let me know when they are done. Let me know. Let's see. All right. You want to keep going? Just a little bit more. That's probably all I can do. The next visitor comes around an hour after Misaki. She's dressed in her school uniform like she's just an ordinary student going for an ordinary school, ready to face another long day of ordinary classes and ordinary teachers. The sight is so ordinary that it makes my throat sore after these past 3 months, just after remembering how she dragged me through therapy, after all that she's been through. Just looking at her makes me hopeful that life will, one day, return to normal. She kicks back in the chair by my bed, face shining with a typical grin. Morning, lazyhead. Morning, what's with the uniform? I don't know, I kinda missed it after a while. Come again. It's not all that bad, I mean. Being forced to wear it kinda sucks, but when you don't have to wear it anymore, it feels weird. Like, hey, I'm still a second year. I have another 365 days before I become an old fogey. I flicker in the forehead with a mocking frown. Who are you calling an old fogey? Who do you think? Are you sure you want to stick with that statement? What's that supposed to mean? You know, being an old fogey is pretty good life. I get killer discounts, don't have to work, and I have a free pass to say any offensive thing I want. On second thought, never mind. Too late, now I have old person privileges. Heaven help us all. It's a little weird teasing each other like this after what we've just been through, but I wouldn't have it any other way. You know, this would function as an amazing segue into a different topic of conversation. Oh no, don't do it. Speaking of old fogies, how are your parents doing? I hate you. I know. She kicks my bed a little, but petulantly responds. They've been visiting over the past few months. They couldn't come in here, though, because, you know, because I was isolated, because I was unstable. But I could leave to talk with them at any time. They're really thankful. It'd be nice if you could come over for dinner sometime. They'd like to talk to you about something. Anytime. Sounds like we're both going back to Seto. Yeah, since school's closed, they want me to go back home. Probably tomorrow. They visited earlier. Didn't you see them? No, I was probably sleeping. Maybe. Did something happen? Oh, well, you know. Dad said that something important happened at work. He probably got caught up in it unusual. Well, that makes sense. Rui bites her lip and meets my gaze. I really think that you should contact your parents. The air goes a little chilly. My fingers dig into the blankets. No need. The hospital probably has. Okay. We sit in silence for another moment as Rui works to find words to say. Yama? But the door suddenly flies open and familiar faces pour into the room. Yahiko, Masato, Masaki, Akira, Elizabeth, and Irie all race to my bedside. Up and at 'em, coach. You have been hereby acquitted of all crimes. What? I think she means you're allowed to leave the hospital. And the doctor told you guys this, not me. Come on, man. Only a pansy sits around and twiddles his thumb when there's work to be done. In other words, you got tired of waiting. Well, technically, my good minion, Yama is officially released, all due to my considerable influence. Uh-huh, I'm sure. Actually, the scary thing is that he's probably telling the truth. I really need to ask him about, well, everything eventually. Oh, get up already. Elizabeth suddenly seizes my arm and pulls me out of bed, shoving a handful of clothing in my face. Get dressed, we've got something to show you. The others smile excitedly, poised on their tips of their toes. Rui grins encouragingly. Lead the way. Ooh, what do they have? After giving me a few minutes to change into a spare uniform, we checked out of the hospital and clamber into a limousine, supposedly paid for by Yahiko. The group's in a chatty mood as we wind down the streets in a familiar shopping complex by the academy. Laughter, jokes, and teasing chase away the tension in the air. We stop in front of Café de la Paix, where Yahiko bounds up to the door and opens it with a flourish. Huh, déjà vu. After you, my good minions. I'm floored as we step to the door. Colorful streamers and balloons are plastered around half the cafe. Decorated letters proclaiming, "Welcome back, heroes," hanging from the ceiling. It's a stark contrast from the slick and sophisticated furnishings, but that doesn't stop my gratitude. This is for us? I wish they had it actually portrayed, rather than, like, nothing. There's so much that, like, I wish they could just show and not have to have words for. I certainly don't see anyone else. You guys... Rui covers her face with her hands. Thank you. Aw, it ain't nothing. Just a couple balloons and streamers. I wanted to rent a dragon, but Elizabeth said it'd be a fire hazard. Not to mention the minor problem that dragons don't exist anymore. Hey, don't forget who's paying for all this. Praise me, praise me. Wow, to think I would actually say that out loud. Thank you for your generosity. Elizabeth says these words plainly and honestly. Could they actually be getting along? But of course, my lady, this is pocket change in comparison to the Ikari family treasury. Elizabeth's good mood quickly falters. Misaki's eyes lighten up in realization. Pocket change? Ikari wealth is insurmountable, lovely maiden. Truly, your generosity is unimaginable. How kind your spirit is to provide a lowly company with a bountiful feast of refreshments. Wait, refreshments? Ah, so you agree. The hospitality of an Ikari is beyond measure. I shall make certain that all of my followers learn of this. All of your followers? Okay, Mickey, that's just evil. I believe that 8 orders of high tea will be sufficient for our party. High tea? Time to write that pat. This is beginning to feel like extortion. Okay. 8 orders of high tea coming right up. The poor soul. I watch with sympathy as he slides over to the counter, attempting to flirt with the server for a discount. Meanwhile, Kira and Elizabeth have dragged 3 tables together and arranged 8 chairs, even in an ellipse. Making sure that I'm still live. Have a seat. We've got something special planned. Even more than all this? You didn't think we dragged your asses all the way here just to drink some plant water, did you? Elizabeth seems fairly offended at this disparagement of her beloved tea, but just remains silent as Masato flings something out of his backpack. Ta-da! A heavy, ragged binder lands squarely in the center of the table, stuffed to the brim with stacks of paper. A binder! Last time I saw one of these was during the Edo period. It ain't that old. We're all surprised when Irie suddenly snatches the binder, flipping through it like a madman. She smiles, the closest thing that I've ever seen from a broad smile from her. It's an RP? Yeah. Can I be GM? Her eyes are almost shining. I've never seen her so happy before. Well, sure. I was going to do it if no one wanted, but I want to. Huh. Role-playing? Who would have thought? I didn't know you liked board games, Masato. What? This ain't a board game. This is an artifact of story creation that weaves intricate tales of a hero's development. Me and the boys at home played it all the time. The Hibiki had to be a healer, though, because he couldn't sustain a good pounding. I have an ominous feeling about this. How exactly did you play RPGs? Acted it out, of course. How else were you supposed to play them? Oh boy. Who needs dice anyway? This way, it's all down to skill. No, dice are imperative. This firm word from Irie shocks us into brief silence. Dice are pansy. Well, hey, you're GM. That was frightening. For a moment, I swear that Irie was radiating a death aura. It might be best to get on her good side. So what should we do first? You must create a character. Wait, I must develop a world lore. Irie narrows her eyes in concentration for a brief moment. Steampunk setting. You're in Eaglear Metropolis, a bustling city where clockwork machinery sees your needs and humans find a way to reach the heavens. Your fortunes are blessed, placing you squarely in the middle class. The metropolis is enlightening and thriving. Of this you are grateful. Please choose one of the following classes. A knight, a powerful yet cumbersome fighting type. A heister, a rogue of sly-minded wit, with nimble feet and fingers. An alchemist, a master of magical artifacts and elements with a scientific twist. The doctor, a knowledgeable cleric. Generally for girls. The musketeer, a champion of firearms. The engineer, an inquisitive innovator of ingenious inventions. The entertainer, vulnerable to battle but charming and convincing. Wait, did she really come up with that in 5 seconds? Wow, they all sound so fun. I don't know what to pick. Isn't it obvious? There's only one good class. Here we go. Time for Mercenary Masato, the unbeatable fighter. The Doctor! Wait, what? Masato, you know the Doctor's a healing type, right? What, you think I'm an idiot? I've always wanted to be a cleric. They always made me the fighter. Well, this is getting interesting. Very well. Masato Doctor. She doesn't even seem phased. For me, I'll be a heister. Sounds exciting. I'll try my hand at the musketeer. That fits with your aim. She whips in my direction, ready for a snappy comeback, but then realizes that I was complimenting her. Oh, thank you. Her aim was really impressive. I'll be an entertainer. Oh, so useless? You say that when we're in a foreign nation and the only thing keeping us from the chopping block are my liar skills. An entertainer could be useful. Not that I'll say that out loud. So, Dr. Masato, Heister Akira, Musketeer Elizabeth, Entertainer Rui, Yama Misaki, and Yahiko remain. Emma, why don't you pick first? Sure. I look at the list. Logically, we should probably all pick different classes so that we're a balanced group. That leaves me with Alchemist, an Engineer, or the Knight. Being a Knight sounds like I'll just have to do a lot of fighting. Being an Alchemist sounds really cliche. I guess I'll be an Engineer. What do they do exactly? Engineer stuff, of course. So I gathered. In that case, I'll be a Knight. What, not an Alchemist? Being an Alchemist sounds so boring. Knights are much more heroic and daring. Well, that's no surprise. Now to start. Whoa, hold up. Yahiko suddenly pops next to me, apparently done with ordering the budget-breaking 8 high teas. Masato, my man, I thought we agreed that we don't need to use pen and paper. We did? Without responding, Yahiko reaches into his backpack and displays something. The things around the table. Merry Christmas, everyone. It isn't Christmas. Yahiko's gifts are site codes, gleaming with the shininess of newly released product. Where could Yahiko have gotten these? Technically, they're just prototypes, but they should work amazingly well for our purposes. As we fit the futuristic spectacles over our eyes, Irie taps the table with impatience. Yahiko, you must pick a class. Class? Well, strategically speaking, you should pick the remaining class, which is the Alchemist. Your command is my wish, milady. What's with the stares? Am I supposed to come up with a name and backstory and all that? Well, if you insist. I'm 0.0017 kilometers tall, eyes as blue as an Egyptian oasis. I was crafted by angels and fell from the heavens. My clothing is skin tight, which helps pronounce my amazing figure. What, strikes you speechless, good minions? My dashing good looks? That's not exactly how I would put it. Hey, I have a great idea. Why don't we get started, Irie? Thank you, Ruri. That's not an idea at all, but very well. Our very little Drium proceeds to close her eyes, speaking in a soft, rolling tone, reminiscent of the most skilled storytellers. Oh my god. Okay. This really isn't ending. I have to stop this. This is my limit. My absolute ultimate limit. Thank you all for joining me today. I haven't even reached the ending yet. I thought I was going to be done with this game. 4 hours later, nothing. Alright, so next week I will finish it up. Another hour? Jesus. Yeah, I was reading super fast too at the end of that, so... I thought it was just going to be the ending of all that. There might even be more choices. If it's an hour later, then there's still stuff that needs to happen. Oh man, this is just making me reminisce on a couple different animes. I like the story. I just it's gotten really graphic, and I'm pretty sure I've turned a lot of people away. But with that being said, I need to get ready for work. Tomorrow, Skojo will be streaming, so please head over to him, and he will be playing Outer Worlds. So, I'm pretty sure he's not done with that. Everyone, have a wonderful day. I will talk to you next time. Bye-bye. It's not Outer Worlds? What is it? What was it called again? Either that or I just had it like stuck in my mind. Oh, okay. Oh. All right. Bye, everyone.
You know what? I'm gonna send everyone over to for Shield. Everyone ready? Have a wonderful day.